There's Charlie. Hold up. That's Charlie. He's kind of got a bit of a resting bitch face, though. Kind of orange and white. You like Charlie? Yeah. We have failed today. There was no duck. Yeah, you did in fact fail. You failed the quackery. That's Charlie. He walks into my house sometimes if I leave my patio door open. Hello, McDivine. All right, let's dive in. So this fortress has gone through several different iterations of goals. It started off as I wanted to take over, become the most valuable fortress, get the queen into the fortress, and then kill the queen. But in the process of growing this fortress, we went to war with 2 goblin factions. And shall I just say that, well, they went and invaded my mountain home. And in doing so, they invaded the mountain home from, I want to say it was this fort. Invaded my mountain home, which is right here, and killed it. It's now dead. There is no mountain home. So one of my old forts became the mountain home, right? Anyway, there's a beautiful thing that happened. Is the queen died, and 2 of my old dwarves became the king and queen. They're now in my fortress. I'm still working on making them happy. We still need to get Orange's tomb made for the king, or the king consort rather, and Queen Elomino the Glorious, who wants us to make some more maces. Which frankly, you know, I'm totally okay with. I'm absolutely all right with just having the king and queen be my old dwarves. So we've got, you know, screw those. Silver mace. Free. Promote. That was all the way up to the top. So we've got Diamond. I know, right? God damn it, Diamond. Just winning all the goddamn time. Not leaving any for the rest of us. So that's my queen's tomb. The really big one in the middle. The king and queen live in this area, which is a little messy right now. We're working on it. We even have this artifact adamantine cage named Velvet Special. Need to put an animal in it or something that they like. But this is kind of their open courtyard underground area, which I'm going to work on prettying up. Currently, the floor is multicolored and all that jazz. That all needs to be fixed. So we're going to spend some time prettying this area up today. That's kind of the plan. Something that we worked on last time, which is pretty much done now, actually, is this bridge, which is going to go all the way across, and we're going to move our library over into this building on the other side. Over here, that's where our library is currently. So the library is going to get moved across. And then down here is our lava reservoir that we are almost done filling. This is a lava reservoir that is designed for purely aesthetics and not really anything else. Looks kind of like a weird robot thingy with a curl on its head. Anyway, it's almost done filling, which is nice. This is the area that we are building into our new Magma Forge. And we're bringing all the ores and different metals up here to get that stuff done. Down here is the old Magma Forge. It was just kind of small and cramped, and I just kind of got tired of looking at it. So we've moved it a little bit closer to everything, and it's much more convenient now. So the fortress, like I did say earlier, is at war. We have currently in the fortress, we have 180 dwarves, which I think is the cap. The enemy invader cap is 600, and yes, they've sent that many before. We're on a good mountain next to a good forest on a good biome ×2. The nice thing about it is we get these gnomes that show up and drink all my booze once a year. I identify with those gnomes. They're good peoples. And these goblins keep showing up and leaving us lovely iron donations in the format of Goblinite, which we are currently collecting and melting down. So that kind of is the short version of the fortress. As for the dwarves in the fort right now, if you hear your name being called, you can ask me to take a look at your dwarf. And if you would like a dwarf, I got 1 billion of them. So just as long as you're okay with being a stoneworker or a swords dwarf or some format of farmer or a metalsmith, I got lots. Razlime is alive in the fort. Dragona is alive in the fort. Mirror Hall Clay is in the fort. Animal is in the fort. How many files are you streaming? Just these 2. Rolf, Orange, Redger, Mapetty, Harry is Gamer, Frog, 2, Diamond, Stone, Thalfon, Wilmer, who I think changed their name. Wait, what? Hops, Tele B, Cutest Ghost, Mr. Mac, Ayer, X-Wrench, Hurums, Hydra Slayer, who killed the Hydra that attacked us, Phil and Phil, Fallen Kingdoms 2, the legendary dwarf, Elamino, the Queen, of course, and B-Lug. And we also have a Baroness Consort who just hangs out. And we also have a couple goblins and the other things. If you name your dwarf, it will have to be named Mac Divine. I don't give people extra names because then people can get multiple dwarves in the fort, and I don't really like that. So if you would like a dwarf, I can name it Mac Divine. So would you like that? Yes or no? Otherwise, I will have to respectfully decline. How's your dwarf doing? Your dwarf, Rolf, I need to find ya. There you is. You are a professional engraver currently making diorite blocks. You're satisfied at work, but you felt self-pity after being away from family for too long and you want to fight. I could put you in the military. That would solve that problem. You do have a kill. You killed a Crundle and a Troglodyte. 2 kills, actually. You got Dabbling Discipline. How do you feel about joining the military? It wouldn't make you happier. You were embarrassed upon dwelling upon watching a performance. So you watched a performance and that was embarrassing. And you're glum after getting into an argument with Rash Death Fatal. Wait, what? No. You were dumb after getting into an argument with... Or just into an argument, not with Rash Death Fatal, because Rash Death Fatal is your god, although that would be funny. You find something humorous in everything, no matter how serious or inappropriate, and you are completely convinced of your own worthlessness. So, not terrible, but not great. You're generally satisfied with your job, though. I guess that's a good thing. What, completely convinced of your own worthlessness? I mean, I feel like that's a lot of people's self-deprecating sense of humor. Military sound good? All right, let's give you a sword. You're gonna join the newest squad, the Delightful Treaties. Treaties. It is active in training, meaning you should join them momentarily. Once I'm down here. Who else is here? What's there? The day that we get the premium version and I can search this menu is going to be real nice. That's one of the few things from DF Hack that I miss. Is just being able to, like, search this menu. Ayer, by the way, has 5 notable kills and 10 other kills. You have a full title. The Mist Books, the geared charity of contesting. Your Catan Ayer Mist Books, the geared charity of contesting. You have a full title because of your glorious deeds in battle. And you feel pleasure after a sparring session, but lonely, frustrated, and lonely, and frustrated, and lonely, and frustrated, but accepting, remembering, experiencing trauma. It's the best possible way to have a reoccurring memory. You're accepting of your PTSD. Also, if anybody wants to help the channel out directly, here's a Reddit thread. Any interactions help. Making a joke out of anything, no matter how serious or inappropriate. Oh, okay. Yeah, see, I went straight to the self-deprecating humor direction. But, I mean, kind of the same thing, though. We've got a sad goblin over here. My goblins have been, like, getting sad and then dying. I had a very sad elf in the fort for a bit who ended up just getting pummeled to death after a while, which kind of makes me feel bad, but also they kept tantruming, so. Our mayor in this fortress is actually a goblin, which is kind of fun. Okay, so hold on a second. We have a dwarf scholar, a baroness consort, and a goblin scholar, all hanging out in my library discussing reproductive behavior. That's funny. There's a fire slug in the basement, a slug that shoots fire, and it lives in the basement. Oh yeah, also, most of my weapons are made of adamantine. We have harvested quite a bit of that stuff. Quite a bit of the spoilerific fun stuff. It's been a good time. Holy crap, there's a lot of dumping of items going on. What are we dumping? Right, yeah, we're just throwing boulders. Are the consorts looking for new kinks? That or they're just discussing, like, the mating patterns of salmon. You never know. Yeah, I don't know. Everybody always assumes it's new kinks, but, you know, it's probably just, like, biology, right? It's probably just way less interesting than you think. Right, I know what they're doing. They are dumping all of these boulders out of here. Yeah, okay. So they're dumping all these boulders out of here because I was just like, you know what? I want to clean this area up. So we're just going to let them do that for a minute. They'll get it done pretty quick. But yeah, I have 2 forts running concurrently. I have Threatdweller, which is this one. This particular world I've had running for quite some time. I don't play fortresses in this world, I play factions. So I play a bunch of different fortresses. The first faction that we played in this world was the Crimson Pulley, and I did like 5 fortresses with them. This is the second faction I've played, and this is, I think, my 3rd. And this, this particular faction is called the Plank of Nations. Where does the boulder garbage chute go? Oh, lava. It's literally just going straight down into lava. It's going into here. I'm not even worrying about it. They're throwing uncut gems and boulders and other things. We have more value in boulders than we need. And I'm not using this particular type of boulder, so... And those gems aren't super valuable, so we're just getting rid of them. Literally just throwing them in the trash. Not even worrying about it. I mean, I could, like, put them somewhere where we could use them, but I do not care. I just want this thing to be clean. The human Void Hunter is visiting. So something that's been happening very consistently here is these Void Hunters keep showing up and convincing my dwarves to steal my artifacts. Fortunately, we've gotten pretty good at stopping them before they get to them, but it's been difficult. It's like they finally made those silver maces that I queued up. Let's queue up another one. I mean, there's some things I don't need to think about, but yes. See, what's much more interesting with reproductive behaviors is, like, those birds that just, like, puff themselves up and then dance on a tree branch, whatever they're called. That's much more interesting, and that's also reproductive behaviors. Not weird at all. It's just kind of funny. It's just kind of funny. And that sort of stuff I do like. Just a red thing on its neck? Eh, true. I think it's more just the way you worded it than anything. Also, if anybody wants to help the stream out, there's a Reddit thread right there. Nobody's done anything, so I'm just saying. You want to be the 1%. It's a way to do that. So these are all my Magma Forges. Most of them, like, don't actually have enough lava in them just yet to work. These do. The smelters do. But they're getting there. Things are starting to get done, which is good. So moving stuff, removing stuff, bringing materials up here to be used. Eventually we'll need to bring all of the bars up here as well. And it looks like we're naming an iron shield. Speaking of iron shields and dwarves, Rolf, how do you like your training so far? You're amused remembering a performance, but you're getting to your training for the first time. Still just amused after remembering watching a performance, but has no real thoughts aside from that. They do get to spend quite a lot of time in the tavern, even if they are training, because they run from the tavern over to here and then back to the tavern. So they do get to spend quite a bit of time over there, which is good. And also, the defenses for this fortress is this long hallway, where they walk up and around, which I can actually slam the back drain closed. But they walk up and around, and then this wall up here literally just dumps lava on them. So it's very, very much a me defense, where they walk in, and then I pull a lever, and then all of these floodgates open up, and they get roasted. But it's kind of designed so that not all of them will get caught in there. If it's a full-size raid, a bunch of them will make it through the end, and we get to do some fighting on the end, which is why all my military dwarves are actually very valuable to this fortress. And we do have quite a lot of them. As you can see, these are all full squads, so... So this is diorite with phalite walls, right? Diorite floors, phalite walls, yeah. I do have a lot of diorite. Do I have diorite block? I do, in fact. Also get more phalite walls. The rules you set for your save files for keeping your save files from lagging and end up so old? No. I just know how to not cause my save files to lag. I don't have rules. It's just... I mean, there are some things that cause my save files to lag, like having 600 invaders made my save file lag. But I just know what I'm doing. Like, not overproducing items, designing my stairwells intelligently, not bottlenecking the dwarves, giving them multiple routes and places to go so they don't need to pass through or over top of each other. But, like, the game runs fine. Like, even when I don't do that, like, generally the game runs fine. I've had one fortress in recent memory that I retired due to poor frame rates, but that was because it was a resurrecting biome, and I wasn't doing a good job clearing out bodies anywhere, and there was like 250,000 billion zombies in the basement. Like, literally, this page of others, I could scroll and keep scrolling for about 5 minutes, and the number was over 500. And they were all undead. It's the only time that I've had problems with frame rate. Was because there was a forgotten beast and a lot of crundles in the basement that kept resurrecting. You just need to manage your fort. Manage your resources, don't oversupply things, don't overstock things, and trade. And, you know, don't lock cats behind doors and things like that. I mean, locking a cat behind a door will break your frame rate almost instantly. To the point where they've actually, like... What's the word? They've literally removed that feature from the game because of how much it fucks your frame rate. Like not having pet passable doors. You can no longer make a doorway not pet passable, which I think is kind of amazing. Also looks like the gnomes are back. Look at these guys. Gnomes, of course, are a tiny humanoid creature that dwells in the Fair Mountains. They are known to enjoy drinking and liquor and don't care whether it's theirs or not. His straight, dense hair is extremely long, he is weak, and he has a clear voice. His hips are thick, and his slightly sunken purple eyes are slightly wide set. His short head is broad, and his slightly upturned nose is somewhat long. His ears are slightly flattened, and his hair is black with flecks of gray, and his skin is brown. Gun-wielding gnomes? Definitely not gun-wielding gnomes. that like a meme or something? Gnome Alone 2017 had a gun-wielding gnome. Is that like a parody of Home Alone, but with gnomes? Why? I don't think it has him in this, but why would I expect this to be like an Adam Sandler movie? It's like Gnome Alone. Interesting. Thanks for informing me that that thing exists. But no, these gnomes are just mute, tiny dwarves without beards that want to drink all of your booze. They're the only creature in Dwarf Fortress that can drink as much as a dwarf. I just said that. I don't know if that's actually true. Oops, that's the wrong type of block. Yep, there's gnomes in Dwarf Fortress. They're a very specific biome dweller. Dark gnomes dwell in evil mountains, and normal gnomes dwell in good mountains. So you have to settle on a good biome that's a mountain. And because you can't settle directly on them, you can only settle on a half biome with one. Outside of adventure mode, you basically don't see them. One of the goals of this fort was to successfully seek out gnomes. Yep, well, I mean, WoW is very different than Dwarf Fortress. Because there's no guns in Dwarf Fortress, not because it's, like, unrealistic for the setting, but just because the creators of Dwarf Fortress don't like guns. Which is a very respectable thing to do. I mean, I know what gnomes look like. Fun fact about gnomes. Did you know that in actual gnome mythology, the gnomes with white hats are innocent, and the gnomes with red hats have killed a human? Fun fact. So gnomes with red hats are murderers? Makes your garden gnomes less happy. Like, the actual, like, wives' tale mythology around gnomes is kind of amazing to the point where it makes me really kind of want a garden gnome. Garden gnomes are hiding the bodies? No, having a garden gnome is like basically putting a good luck charm that keeps the gnomes that want to kill the humans away. It's basically saying, I am friend of Gnome. Also, Gnome is a very good band. I recommend listening to Gnome. Myths in a lot of ways are fucked up. Yeah, just like fairy tales are fucked up. I recommend listening to some Gnome. Gnome is very good. On my list of bands to see live one day. Yep, they stab humans in the throat and the blood flows down their hat, making it red. You have to, like, leave snacks out for them and shit, and if you don't, then they'll kill you, essentially. They're kind of like evil Santa Claus. You leave snacks out for them, they won't kill you. You don't leave snacks out for them, they kill you. I have anything that I can interrogate with? I do. Okay. So there is a zombie hanging out in my fort right now. A void hunter specifically. I'm going to see if I can interrogate him. This person. I love how I can interrogate the gnomes. I should interrogate them. Have you stole my booze? Yes! What is steal? Although they can't talk, so wouldn't actually get that detailed of an answer out of them. If you don't bribe them, they burn your house down. Yep. Yeah, I fell down a rabbit hole maybe about 2 years ago. It was like beginning of the pandemic. I fell down a rabbit hole on the internet one afternoon while very stoned reading about gnomes. I was like, this shit's awesome. Rich people used to hire short people to live in their yards and dress like gnomes. At least they hired them instead of just like tying them up in their yards. It's really sad, actually. The pump stack is still filling up my lava reservoir. Well, I'm a little worried that it's going to overflow. Don't think it will, but it might. No, actually it shouldn't. We're melting all of these metal objects. It's pretty efficient. Also going to get rid of this stuff. None of this is stuff I really need. Kind of want it gone. It's very rare that I just do mass dumps like this, but this map is so large because this is a larger than normal map. I do not need it. So when it comes to lag, if you do actually see the game like seize up and hitch at some point, it's because of the size of the map and a bunch of stuff spawning in. Not because the game's actually lagging. It's just that happens when you have a large map, which I do, so. You know, it's kind of funny whenever subjects like this come up by are stupid because it's like a few hundred years ago, people used to do stuff that was fucked up. They still do. It's just different kind of fucked up. It's kind of a fact. Like, they used to do things that were kind of fucked up. They still do things that are kind of fucked up. They're just sneakier about it. I don't know what you're talking about, Diamond. What? Like, no idea what you're talking about. Fortunately, most of this is done. I think that we're actually going to undump all of this corner here because I kind of want it for the flooring. This is all phthalite? Yeah, we're going to redo a lot of this flooring in phthalite. Whereas this is marble. Yeah. We've also just got so much marble and phthalite that it's ridiculous. And right here, something I'm going to do is we are going to start carving out some of this. We're going to make this kind of lava pattern, I guess, if you will. They'll come down here and they will shave off some of this, and we'll get kind of a nice pattern to look at. A little bit. They're going to start cutting some of this off, because who doesn't want to see a little bit of lava? Who doesn't want to see that? Let's see if anybody falls in. Nobody yet. Everybody's been safe. Well done, dwarves. But yeah, this is my lava reservoir. I'm quite proud of it. So we interrogated that zombie. Seems like the interrogator misjudged the subject's character, and the intimidating remarks to elicit information were not very effective. The subject was not afraid because they show no emotion. So we failed that interrogation attempt, but we are watching you, zombie. Looks like we're getting done with all of the dumping of stuff, and we're going back to constructing. Yeah, I think in order for you to see those symbols, Diamond, I'd have to be playing in ASCII, which I'm not. But I do have to say thank you very much, everybody, for tuning into the stream today. You know, I get to have the coolest job in the world because people tune in and watch. I wouldn't have this job if it wasn't for people tuning in and watching. So, as always, if you want to help the stream out at absolutely no cost to you, there's 2 ways to do that right now. You can give the channel a host by going over to your Twitch channel and typing in /host, and then just the what's the word I'm looking for here? And then the name of my channel, BLINDIRL. And if you would like to help out the channel in other ways, you could give us an upvote or a comment on Reddit, or alternatively, you can give this tweet a retweet if you happen to have Twitter. If you don't have Twitter, then that's totally fine. Okay, discard thought. Now, noted. I will, in fact, discard that thought. Type half a sentence all the damn time, yeah. And then I'll realize that it was half typed out, and I'll be like, what the heck? Yeah, no, I do that pretty frequently. Well, I mean, I do actually have a name for this lava trap. I named this lever the Half Moon of Fire. The problem is it's no longer a half moon, because it's now a full circle. What are you doing? Necromancer visitor? Person? Oh, okay. Just going to the temple. I mean, I guess that checks out. But today, I think we're mostly going to be working on building this tower. I think that's the plan for today. Yep, he's a milker. Milker by trade, necromancer by hobby. Once again, I have no idea what you're talking about, Diamond. Diamond is just like entertaining himself with his own mini games, and everybody else is like, what? So these are Magma Forges. These are not Magma Forges. And then I think we're going to put magma smelters. Or not magma smelters. We'll put, yeah, we could put either more magma smelters or magma kilns here. What we going to slay today? I have no idea. Depends on what shows up. What are you doing today, Spider Venom? Let's make more magma smelters. No, these are wood furnaces. Oh, those are all magma smelters. Okay. Yeah, I also don't know what Diamond's on half the time either. I think just overwhelming wealth that's getting to Diamond's brain a little bit. I mean, here's the thing. It's not what Diamond's on, but we have a bingo card. We could play bingo. It's not, like I said. Chad, are you a pog emote or a happy emote? That's the real question. Sometimes I think I should just give Diamond mod powers, just so, like, people think that he's important. And just get even more confused by what Diamond's on about. I was wondering why the game wasn't working for a second there, and then I realized that, oh, because I have the Twitch chat still highlighted. You feel like a happy today? The Petty's a pog today? I'm a blank today because I'm very confused by what our friend here is trying to explain to us. The Forgotten Beast, Roz, has come. A huge quadruped composed of charcoal. It has a pair of spindly antennae, and it is bloated. Beware its poisonous vapors. So if it encounters that fire-breathing slug, I think that means it just dies, right? It also just immediately disappeared. Well, good luck. No, I'm not going anywhere near that. I'm too concerned about stuff on the surface to go kill that thing. I don't heavily prioritize it. Also, it's got poisonous vapors, and one of those killed half my military dwarves once already. I don't feel like dealing with that again. Especially considering we are the mountain home. And this faction is largely dead aside from us. Meaning, I don't get migrants. So, never thought you'd have a Forgotten Beast named after you. Have you ever gotten Toady? Because I have. you can there is a chance you could get ones named Three Toe and Toady. It will wait for me? Nah, it'll get killed by something random. There's a fire-breathing slug in that cavern layer. And it's made of charcoal, so I would assume that it's kind of flammable. Oh, really, Raz? Yeah. The one time I got a giant Forgotten Beast named Toady One attacking me, I was like, oh, huh. Yeah, it's already beaten a giant bear, that slug, so. A giant bear. But yeah, no, unless the thing is on the surface, I'm not super concerned with it. Because we are the mountain home, so. Anyway, I need to make a tomb for the king. So I will attach the king's tomb onto the queen's tomb. I can just go right here. Can I just say it's really funny that when your queen's dead, you can just throw their body into a volcano and reuse their tomb for the next royalty, and they don't seem to notice or care. It's like, I demand all these things, including a tomb. It's like, okay, I demand this, including a tomb. And it's like, all right, I just give the old one to the new person. I've done that before, yeah. Just have a tomb, and then instead of burying them in it, nah, throw out the buttons. Ungive you this. Take it away. No, you're not permitted to have that. All right, so now we have Magma Forges down in the bottom left, smelters on the right, smelters in the middle on the bottom, and then glass forges on the top. That's my cool thing. Yeah, also, I don't really... monster hunting isn't the purpose of this fort. Goblin hunting, on the other hand, that's the purpose of this fort. And there's a reason why Fallen Kingdoms 2 has 30 kills and 8 notable kills. And why we've destroyed multiple Goblin faction bases. Or pits, I guess. If you want to be crude. Destroyed this one. Got a few more to go. Although some of these are quite tough. Like this one's got 4,000 goblins in it. This one's got 5,000 and a demon. Who killed a bunch of my dwarves. This one's got 10, apparently. Huh. This one's got 100. You know, over here we've got 3,000. 2,000. Those are going to be tough. No. We're not wiping out the goblin race. I'm not trucking with genocide. Okay? It's not always genocide. We're fighting this one goblin faction. Okay? This particular group of goblins killed my mountain home. I'm not blaming the entire species for that. That's a very racist way of thinking. We're not racist. We're just seeking vengeance on this one group of goblins that killed my mountain home. There's nothing noble about racism. Many dwarves tolerate others quite willingly who appear unusual or live differently from themselves, including goblins and elves. Technically, yes, in adventure mode, not in fortress mode, though. Wrong. If you learn the demon's true name, and then as an adventurer, go there and then speak the true name to the demon, it can enslave the demon, which is quite fun. No, Thorin's a racist bigot. And this isn't a Tolkien universe. This is Dwarf Fortress. Because clearly this isn't the Middle Earth. This is the... I don't actually know the name of this world. This is the... whatever this world was called that I can't remember off the top of my head. Norek Dikin, or Akin, or whatever it's called. I mean, even Tolkien's writing is based on racist stereotypes because it was a product of its time. So... it's a fucking triumph of writing, but it's called The World? Wait, no, it's called The World of something. No, that's just the name of the menu. The menu is called The World Map, right? But, yeah, no, it's not called The World. It's just like this menu is called Dwarf Fortress. This menu is called Stats. This is the stock screen. Threatdweller is the name of the fortress, not the world. I can't remember. I mean, I could go out to the... here, I'll save and reload and I'll tell you. It's been a while since I generated this world. Did none of you play this game? You'd think that you guys would know how the menus work. Yeah, Stone can translate it. But it's a large world with pretty long history at this point, so it takes a while to save. Your face is called Map because it looks as confused as me. Or as confusing as that sentence. This is why sometimes I turn my camera off, is because contorting myself into strange positions. There we go. Yeah. That's the name of it. Nittom Arkoth. Nittom Arkoth. That's it. Many dwarves die. It's okay. There are more dwarves where that came from. I gotta go check something. I feel like trash. Back in a sec. All right, done. Could be prophecy, singular, almost certainly planet of prophecy. Planet of prophecies sounds right. Gotta love the context-sensitive bits of the Dwarven language that make no sense without English words intertwined. I like blocks. Although, Smithied, what did your dwarves die from? You said that you played and you caused dwarves to die. What did they die of? Drathla's fighting. How'd the Drathla fare against the Forgotten Beast? Forgotten Beast kicks the Drathla in the lower body with his foot and the injured part explodes. Yep. Yep. Yeah, no, they're part of the translated terms, not actually written in the Dwarven language. Hey, this thing's finally full. Look at that. Meaning it's not going to overflow, which is good. Let's go armor. And weapons. And bars and blocks. Except I'm going to need to remove all of the blocks from the bars and blocks. And some of the bars, too. I just want metal bars. Bit of everything? Gotcha. Yeah, usually sometimes they're like, oh, everybody starved to death, or they ran out of water, and then I can be like, oh, these are some ways that you can, like, improve the likelihood that you won't starve to death. But, you know, I don't know exactly what happened, so. Or if it was just kind of a bit of everything. It is a pretty consistent game, though, that every single fortress you learn something new, and every time you get a little better at it, and after not too long a period of time, generally people are just kind of like, ah, yes, I get it now. Then you just kind of stop dying. All right, gotcha. Darren, what's up? It's good to see you. Good day. Hope you've been well. Let's drop that in. I'm just trying to make this floor a bit more uniform. Don't like that it's not. Yeah, I finally figured out what's making a certain sound that I don't like in my noise machine, and I've disabled it. I'll turn everything back up. Much better. Like a popping sound. I was like, where is that coming from? There's like 16 tracks in all of my noise machines, and I can just mute an individual one. So I muted them all one by one until I found the one that was making the noise I didn't like. All right, plop in more of those. If it's bothering me, it's probably bothering you. A lot of these dwarves are storing stuff in stockpiles, but also bringing stuff underground. Oh no, please don't. What are you doing? Oh, I see. They're going for all the armor and such. I was worried they were going for the bars and blocks. Queen has mandated construction of certain goods. They want 3 maces. Silver mace, 3. At this rate, we're going to end up with mace dwarves, which is totally fine. How much stuff is, like, right there? Oh, damn. Quite a lot of it, actually. Huh. No idea there was so much. Gonna take a lot of dwarves to haul all that crap out of there. Like, oh, there's 2 tiles with things in it. Literally infinite possible amounts of stuff could be there, though. See, this is what we call a bottleneck in this game. This is causing some frame rate issues because they're all pathing to the exact same place because I didn't know there was a stack of items there like that. That's why I don't like quantum stockpiling either. It'll speed up, though. And it is. Once they get out of the bottleneck, they're not all pathing through each other. They currently are right now. They're all fighting for pathing lines. Round 2 of dwarves is coming. This actual first floor here kind of bothers me, and I need to fix it at some point. area is going to be real busy for a little bit. Bringing everything down here, bringing stuff up, moving stuff around. We're going to have to deconstruct a bunch of other things as well. At some point, some dwarf is going to fight something in here, and one of them is going to fall into that lava, and it's going to be glorious. Not that I want that to happen, but I won't complain. It'll be glorious. It'll be a good time when it happens. Good win, Stone. Good win, Darren. Oh, no, did Diamond invest? Rip Diamond. You know, Diamond, when you hit 1 million, I'm really surprised that you didn't just invest only the stuff that you had that was over 1 million and go back to small invests, because that's what I would have done. Whenever I get to a number that I'm like, yeah, that's a good big number, I only invest the extras on top of that number and nothing else. So, like, right now I've got 20,000, right? Kind of want to stay at 20,000. So it's like, whenever I do invest, I invest the extras on top of the 20,000. Next time you'll only bet 10. Yeah. I love how everybody just slowly just develops their own little superstitions about it, though. That's what I think's fun. Like Peter, who you'll see in chat sometimes, has, or I'm assuming still has, I don't know if still has, this massive Google Doc of like the statistics of whether or not you'll win or lose. It's like, it's literally a 50% win loss. If you're not subbed, it's 45. If you are subbed, it's 51% that you'll win or lose. That's all it is. It's that simple. But like, people still develop like these super like crazy superstitions about it. It's like, man, I'm on a losing streak right now. It's like, oh, gambling addiction is real. Jeez. Even when it doesn't matter, it's like gambling addiction is still real. Hey, Peter. All right, let's see how this is doing. Making progress. Slow progress, but still progress. How's Rolf doing in the military? No longer in training, apparently. Rolf has become a legendary observer. Seems to be quite happy in their job. Still not the happiest, but happier-ish. All those bars being brought in. Whenever I do like a big, I'm going to move everything from one portion of the fortress to a different portion of the fortress. It always kind of blows my mind just how much crap I have. A lot of copper bars. I should make a bunch of copper bins. Good way to power through a bunch of bins. I think I'm going to do that. Copper bins. Make 40. So I need to get those maces done. And my manager currently ashamed at the lack of dining tables. I guess we need to make more tables. My mayor's ended a mandate. Whoops, hopefully I didn't miss it. Otherwise someone's going to prison. Probably go siege some goblins after we're done setting this whole thing up. Actually, I think we can just go do that. What's available for stabby stabs? You. I'm looking for someone with books. One with the elf and traditional mountain home. It's like the Dwarf Fortress edition of the traditional roguelike. All right. Let's send the Disemboweled Sabers, the Gilded Masons, and the Free Seals. Instead of raiding and trying to avoid detection, we're going to raise, openly attack the site. We're not going to loot other items, but we are going to free captives if there are any. And we're going to take important treasures and steal livestock. And we've already assigned the dwarves, so they're now going to go raise Cruel Wild. Good luck. Spring's arrived, so the game's saving. Oh, let's halt to that, but we're gonna go try and raise Cruel Wild. Ugh. God, fucking, can I stop yawning? I don't normally yawn that often, but investments are not up. They literally just finished. Like, if you look up in chat, if you scroll up by, like, not even half a page, you will see that investments are, in fact, not up. They closed at 11:33. It's 11:38. It's been 5 minutes. Wake up, sheeple. Stop following your master. And that yawn is for the bingo card? Really? Yeah. Hello, Luke Face LP. If you have any questions, give me a shout. I actually might do another push with that funding because they've opened up a bunch of clinics in Ukraine and emergency help centers, which has been nice to watch the process of, to be honest. All right, so we're sending out Legendary Spear Dwarf with a bunch of notable kills. Legendary Swords Dwarves, of course. We're sending out one Axe Dwarf. Do you actually have an axe? Ayer, the Axe Dwarf. Are you actually wielding an axe? An iron shield. Yeah, you do. You're using a steel battle axe called Rittlebank, the Autumnal Crest. What is that, like squished or something? Autumnal Crest. I don't know what that means, but you've got a steel battle axe. We're also sending out this lovely Mace Lord Dwarf. He's got an iron mace, the Unseen Dimples. See them after this smacks your face, if you know what I'm saying. Got 3 kills with it. Not very effective. It's just an iron mace, but doing his best. Good luck, dwarves. Good luck to them. If I could get a round of beers for those dwarves about to go to war, that would be much appreciated. Really need new shoes. How much cloth do we have right now? I need to make like 200 shoes. Fortunately, Rolf, you're not one of the ones heading out just yet, but you will be soon. Not on this particular fight. I need to find my manager. Who is finally managing work orders. All right. You are going to have hauling removed because hauling takes up too much time. You're also going to have farming removed. For some reason, you seem to keep turning around. You what, Diamond? Also going... Oh, shit. That was terrible timing. Well, a vile force of darkness has arrived just as my military leaves. Great. You are a swords dwarf, Diamond. I hate it when this happens. When the dwarves run out, the literal second. Actually, can I cancel that mission? This mission cannot be altered now. All right, well, it's too late to cancel that mission. Going to reassign this dwarf to the Delightful Treaties. All right, chat. Now I really do need a big round of beers. I know that Werlurky is all hell, and there's not a lot of people paying attention to the stream currently. But if you are, I do need a round of beers for good luck, because if timing fucks up here, we could be in trouble. Maybe not in trouble, but some dwarves could probably die. I'm trying to run all of the dwarves back inside. Looks like it's a pretty big siege, too, that keeps getting bigger. Looks like it is, in fact, a pretty big siege as well. Today is kind of a slow day as well, you know. Got a good number of people here, but chat's kind of quiet, so I gotta drum up excitement when there's big events like, you know, the fucking 200 goblins and trolls and things walking onto the map. Especially when half my army is currently not here. Yeah. Well, it looks like there's a dead wombat there. Rest in peace, wombat. Yeah, no, they're still showing up. No more. No more. Only a few scragglers, though. All right, I think that might be all of them. 200 of them or so. All right, the front and side doors are shut. The back door's shut. Just had to reassign some of my dwarves to a different military squad. Hopefully, these guys all make it to the fortress before my squads come back. So my squads are running off to go raid... what was the name of it? Cruel Wild. If my squads get back before this army is all stuck in my trap, we're in trouble. So it's basically a race against the clock. Also, if you want to help bring in more people to the stream for absolutely free, there's a Reddit thread. Interacting with that thread in any way is very helpful and will bring people to the channel. Currently, one person has, so, you know, there's a couple of you watching. I'm sure somebody else has a Reddit account here. But aside from that, now we wait. I love how they're, like, making a noticeable road. Well, that's your problem. Spider Venom. You should make one. Reddit's a good place. Lots of good dwarfy people on there. I think it is. But I've also had a Reddit account for 14 years, so I don't know if I'm to be trusted. Vlog has proposed a ban on certain exports. Reddit is largely the reason why my stream exists, so I have a soft spot for it. It has its problems, but one of the better social media sites. It's kind of like not having a YouTube account in the current year. Another site that sucks. This is a tile set. This is without a tile set. So no, I usually play with a tile set. Rob have one, just never logged in when reading stuff there. Fair enough. Yeah, also, even the default tile set is still technically a tile set. I'm gonna move you to this squad. So I don't really want you to go in and die. Goblin Bowman touched my weapon trap. Well, did you think this was the default tile set? Because that's kind of how I read that. Oh, great. This is exactly why I was worried and kind of annoyed. Well, this dwarf's gonna go die. Good luck, Moses. Absolutely brave little bastard. Look at that. Ugh. There's nothing I could have done about that. This is why it sucks to have, to just have sent out a siege right as... like the literal second they show up to fight. Because stuff like that's just gonna happen, and there's like nothing I can do about it. Can't remember what the original looks like? Okay, well, I mean... If you ask a question like that with no knowledge, it just makes you kind of look silly. It's like... Do you play without a tile set? But you don't know what the original looks like, so how could you ask somebody if they play without a tile set? What I think you actually mean is, do you often play without a graphical tile set? Because, yes, I never use graphical tile sets. I find them confusing and rather annoying. There's a dwarf fighting, killing 1 goblin, 2 goblin. I'm out of here. This is very messy, but best that we got. Let's slam this shut. And slam this shut. What? Was I being aggro or something? I was just talking, but okay. Go watch on YouTube then, and maybe get an anger counselor. Because like it'll do you some good. Let's turn our... Okay, cool. We are getting that. That's back there. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, that's all the trolls cleared. Slam that shut. Perfect. Slam the top one shut. Perfect. Jump up here. And let the lava flow. Clap, you got a bingo? Good for you. I really need to go through this at some point and like fix these so that they all dump instead of just some of them dumping, but still pretty efficient. On the bright side, the dwarf that died outside will still be able to, you know, go in there and get their stuff, because they probably had valuable armor and such. But chat, apparently we're a bunch of fucking pedants. Whatever that means. Congratulations. Put that on a name tag. My name's Blind Arrow. Fucking pedant. And it slowly rushes through. Oh, really? Well, I guess I just learned a new word. And kind of, yeah, actually. That's not a bad way of describing me. Either they meant that we were being pedantic, or they meant that we were being, like, gatekeepy or something, but I think someone needs their anger management checked. Yeah. Because in reality, like, if you go up to somebody who's using a tile set and be like, do you often not use a tile set? And then not know what the not tile set default looks like, that's just a silly question to ask by default. Better question is, what tile set is this? You know? But yes. They're perceived strange amounts of anger for no logical reason. Anyway, my main squad's come back. Please look less rug-like? Are you telling me I look like a rug, Kravicus? Thank you, though. It's warm in here. It's making my neck sweat. Please look less rug-like. How's my plants doing? My plants are lovely, sir. In a small way, yes. Wow. This guy. I like how you corrected yourself, but didn't actually correct anything. All right. The Plank of Nations attacked the Devil of Symmetry. You know, I feel like I should be the Devil of Asymmetry because I don't like symmetry. But that's a funny name. The Devil of Symmetry of the Occult of Seduction. At Cruel Wild and the Dwarf Kib led the attack. And the Wispy Brigands is his full title. And the defenders were led by the Goblin Datom Abysshoof. Abyss these nuts. Kib, Fallen Kingdom's the faithful Wispy Brigands outmatched the Goblin with a cunning plan. And the attackers had a strong positional advantage in Cruel Wild. And then the fighting begins. Diamond's just like, check, 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 check. But yeah, thank you for making me put my hair up because it is kind of warm in here. I only have the fan on. I don't have the AC running. Traditional mountain home was looted. Hey, we got what we needed. The possibilities of the struggle was looted. A meditation on the malignant monsters was necromonsters. Wait, what? The righteous rust of channeling. A meditation on the malignant necromonsters was looted. That's a name. Jeez. Huh. Anyway, they fled and we destroyed it. What else did we get? 2 beak dogs. So there's still 80-something baddies left here. We're going to line up my dwarves here. Once they're lined up, we're going to open the side gate and crush what's left of them. Although it looks like they're leaving. That or they're going to go kill my dwarves. One of the two. I think they're just leaving. All right. Sweet. We won the siege. I don't need to fight with them or anything silly. Open both the bridges. I mean, hail Satan. But no. If you think that I worship the devil in that kind of sense, you are a fucking moron. So I don't accept recommendations from asinine fucks like yourself, Kravicus. No, just hail Satan in the earthly Satan sense. These dwarves are not going to torture dwarves. Why would they do that? These are dwarves, not humans. Satan isn't a dwarven concept. It's a human concept. I mean, for a dwarf, it would be like, all hail the legendary brute, lizard, devil, Stagoth, Gothic, Black, yeah, and I don't accept your assistance. So I sarcastically stated that I should be the devil of asymmetry. And then you're like, if you're the devil, I recommend making individual torture rooms specialized for individual dwarves' worst fear. Fuck off. No. No. I recommend taking the rest of today off, Kravicus. All right, here come my dwarves. Welcome back. If you actually, like, understood the logic of what I said was we attacked the devil of symmetry and said, I should be the devil of asymmetry. Because I like asymmetry. I am the devil of asymmetry. And then you're like, yo, we should make torture chambers. No, that's not what I said. Stupid. Also, the time it was actually for saying I looked like a rug. See you in 600 seconds, Gravicus. Also, so the whole purpose of... okay. Diamond, I'm going to do a thing real quick. I'm going to pause the game and I'm going to go full screen. The entire purpose of the bingo card is if you are incentivizing me to say things instead of checking off the bingo board, you ruin all of the fun. The point of the bingo board is you keep it silent there and don't say anything. And then tell me when you have a bingo. If you're coaxing me and trying to say, Blind, you need to rant a bit, you need to do this, you need to... Your entire bingo card is null and void. You're missing the whole point. I hate to break it to you, dude. So delete your entire bingo card and don't bring it up again until you get a bingo. Otherwise... I literally don't want to talk. So if you want to have fun with the bingo card, have fun with the bingo card. That's great. But if you're going to defeat the entire purpose of the bingo card, it's irrelevant. All right, let's heal this stuff back up. Start draining it out the back. Some of this stuff. And then this will all drain out for anybody who's wondering how this whole system works. You know, like if you grab a bingo card, then you manufacture all of the bingos to happen, you're not really playing bingo. Yeah, we did actually lose a dwarf in that exchange, didn't we? Real shame. I'm still confused how that whole question about the tile set got that dude so mad. It's like, hold on a second, what did I do? Still genuinely kind of confused by that. Yeah, that's always kind of been the rules of the bingo card. So if your goal is to just like make me do all of the things from the bingo card and speedrun it, then I would rather just delete the bingo card and not have it in my chat. But it's supposed to be like a added, hey, I'm paying attention thing. What you're doing is literally cheating at bingo. I really like the look of lava flowing down onto multiple sea levels. You're playing Gobin? Yeah, there you go. You're playing Gobin. Whatever Gobin is. Also, I can disable the burrow and go into the job screen and unsuspend all this stuff. And nobody likes a Gobin. Everybody likes a bingo, though. Very popular among seniors. Grandma loves them. Get rid of all these goblin bodies. Control bodies. you vacuumed your keyboard and turned off the sound. Pro tip, unplug the keyboard before you vacuum it. Also, I don't generally vacuum my keyboard. I unplug it, I take it outside, and I take a can of compressed air and I go psh. Works quite well. Please tell me, are you getting put into a tomb? Dwarf. Your granddad apparently dislikes bingo. I mean, it's just shitty gambling. Like, that's literally all it is. It's crappy gambling. And it's crappy gambling marketed towards an older generation instead of crappy gambling marketed towards whatever casinos are marketed towards. Online casinos, I guess, would be marketed towards young people, theoretically, but I don't... At least all the ones streamed on Twitch. Which is just kind of like... my opinion, gross, but, you know, you do you. I'm still perplexed by that. You know, like there's sometimes interactions that I'll have with a random viewer, and I'll be like, okay, that makes sense. I was a dick. But in this one, like, I'm so confused. Chat, do you think that person's response was justified? Was I being overly pedantic? You can say yes. I won't get mad at you, obviously. I'm just genuinely curious. Like, I'm trying to get better at this kind of thing and not, like, randomly piss people off. Because, like, I'll admit, like, I'm bipolar as hell. Like, I'll have weeks where I'm just an ass to people. A person tuned in and asked if I always play without a tile set. And I said, actually, I am playing with a tile set. And I explained, like, the difference between an ASCII tile set and a graphical tile set. And they said, you bunch of fucking pedantic people. And then said, I'm just going to go watch on YouTube. And then left. And it's like, I'm just very confused. I'm genuinely trying to figure out what the fuck happened. And I said, okay, go get an anger therapist. But genuinely, it's perplexing to me. They got pissed because they said they don't remember what vanilla looks like. Because I said this tile set looks nothing like vanilla, because vanilla looks like this, right? Or rather like this, full screen. It's the wrong size. But like, I'm like, well, this is what vanilla looks. And they're like, well, I don't know what vanilla looks like. I'm like, well, then you shouldn't go asking people if they use a tile set. Or why they don't use a tile set if you don't remember what a not tile set looks like. Yes, and also ASCII is technically a tile set, yes. I mean, if you delete all your graphics, the game just won't launch. It's not like it won't be a black screen, but if you do delete all of the vanilla tile sets, the game straight up won't launch. I really hope that that person, like, figures out what their problem is and sorts out their inner issues because, you know, these things do happen, but doesn't change the fact that it bothers me. I mean, people think that the word tile set means, like, Space Fox, right? Like, of course these things happen, but doesn't make it any less perplexing. I'm making another support for this thing. Not that I need to, I just want to. You know what, let's do triple, because this will actually fit then. But yeah, no, it's not a question of whether or not these things happen. I'm just trying to figure out if I was actually being overly pedantic, because I genuinely don't know. So I'm just asking for a second or third opinion, that's all. Not asking whether or not these things happen. I've been doing this for years. I'm well aware that these things happen. Doesn't change the fact that, you know, I've been doing this for a decade, and it still confuses me sometimes when people pop in and say strange things like that. You have a good cleaning session, Raz. Cheers. I hope that the house hunting has been going well, by the way. Oh, what was that? Got a ban on certain exports. We can't export maces. Well, that's an amazing ban. Do you not know what the word pedantic means? Being pedantic is like insisting on things being overly specific. But I'm also genuinely a very pedantic person. Because, like, if you've ever tried to debate what a roguelike is with me, or specific genres of heavy metal, you'll know how overly pedantic I can be. Hey, chat, you guys want to see triple pussy in one picture? Courtesy of Discord. A word for perfectionist? Well, a perfectionist is this is why I'm being pedantic. People try to debate me even though they've already lost. They just don't know that they've already lost. That's the beauty of it, right? You know, I gotta say, I think Glitch Cat's one of the last good emotes that Twitch added globally. It's one of the last great emotes. So, we're going to deconstruct some flooring. It's funny because, like, I don't really like cats. Cats just kind of bother me. What the hell even is that? It's a Pikachu in a weird suit with a top hat. It's a Pikachu in a weird top hat. Probably sponsored. It's a Pikachu, but they should bring back the oh shit, what are the Pizza Pop emotes? That's what they should bring back. They should bring back the Pizza Pop emotes. Or the Pizza Roll emotes, rather. Unless they still have them. Do we still have them? Nope, they got rid of them. Yeah, it was Pizza Roll was them. I don't know what a Pokemon... I don't know what a Officer Jenny is, so you tell me. I've never played a Pokemon game. The only Pokemon game I've actually played in my entire life for more than a couple of minutes is Pokken Tournament, which is Tekken, but with Pokemon. And you know what? It's pretty good. I like Tekken, so it was fine. I had good fun with that. Oh, you just looked her up. Okay. Unless you count Smash Brothers as a Pokemon game. He's Officer Pikachu. Chat, Pikachu's a cop. Can't be trusted. We have to defund Pikachu now. You love Pokemon? Or you have Pokemon? Pokemon. Pokemon? Just don't Pokemon me in the face. But yeah, I mean, I enjoyed Pokemon the one time I played it at a friend's house. We played it for like an entire hour. Agree, but because Pikachu's a cop. I don't know, I was trying to make a joke, not actually start a genuine argument. Because cops shouldn't be allowed to shoot electricity out of their face, okay? That's just straight up dangerous. Also, I don't think cops should be wild animals. But yes, I was genuinely making a joke. Hold on. What was the emote? Hold up. Pika Worlds. Pika World. This thing. It's a global Twitch emote. It's Pikachu as a cop. Holding whatever that shit is. What does he have in his hands? Are those mittens? I don't even. Anyway, it's too low res and too small for me to tell. I don't know about you, but getting arrested by Pikachu, one, I feel like most people would just kick him in the head. Two, then he'd electrocute you and you would explode. I feel like getting attacked by a Pikachu, not a good idea. Now, on the other hand, if we could just make Pikas cops, that I'd be totally down for. I mean, if you've ever seen a Pika, looking for that good picture of a Pika. Pika. This one. This is the picture I was looking for. This is a good Pika. Real life Pika. This is a good Pika. That Twitch emote, not a very good Pika. This is a good Pika on the other. You know, I should just like shop this out and make Pika Pog. Because that's kind of what that looks like. It's a very fine Pika. You can tell by its very round physique. I don't know where I'm going with this. This is just going in a direction. It's certainly going in a direction. They kind of go, bah! Really loudly. Sort of. Can I refer to the sound a bomb makes in the central EU? So, in British Columbia, Canada, and parts of the US, parts of western US at high altitudes, those little rodents live, and they're just called pikas, and they're the loudest fucking thing you'll ever hear in your life. You'll hear them from, like, multiple kilometers away. They'll just hear, bah! Really loudly, and you'll be like, what the fuck was that? Bah! It's like, Jesus Christ, quiet down, you little bah! And they just kind of keep, and they echo back and forth from across, like, massive valleys. One will be on one peak, and one will be on another peak, and they'll scream at each other. It's like playing Marco Polo with people on the other side of a mountain. They literally do that. It's like they'll shout at each other from very far away. And they're called Pikas because they loosely scream their name. And Pikachus are, like, literally based on Pikas. So, very funny little critters. It's a Pikachu in a winter formal wear? I don't know. We need to defund Pikachu. Also, Errol, the stoneworker, has withdrawn from society. I don't know what a lagomorph is. I know what an anamorph is. You found a nice piece of ass, so did I back and forth all day? What? Although the scariest wild animal I've ever heard, or loudest wild animal I've ever heard in person, is an elk. You've never heard an elk? See if I can get you a sound of an elk. An elk making noise. Go to YouTube. Elk scream. That's the sound elks make. It's like fucking banshees in the wild. Fucking hate those things. They are the scariest thing I've ever heard in my entire life. I had one go off like maybe less than a kilometer away from me. And it was like somebody with a foghorn screaming bloody murder into your ear. It was the worst sound I've ever heard. Fastest my heart rate just kicked up ever while sitting in a tent. I was just camping in the forest, you know, just chilling, having a good time. It's like, it's like, Jesus fuck, what was that? All right, so you've claimed a crafts dwarf's workshop, I think. Yes. Our stoneworker here has claimed a crafts dwarf's workshop. See what they go get. You know, honestly, when you start listening to the sounds that wild animals make, a lot of cryptids start to make a lot of sense. It's like, oh, I understand where this mythological screaming banshee creature comes from. It's just an elk, like on a Monday, complaining to his friend multiple kilometers away about how it's Monday. That's actually all it is. And like the biggest, scariest sounding animals in the wilderness are usually just squirrels tripping on a branch and falling. It's just like, what's the scariest thing you've ever heard? Probably something really boring. Like the last time I was out, or the first time I went camping this year, I was sleeping in my hammock. My friend was under his tarp, and I just hear him. He goes, "Greg," I'm like, "What?" And he goes, "What was that?" I'm like, "What was what?" And he goes, "That thunk." I'm like, I rolled over, and it made the tree rustle. Go back to bed. It's like literally me in the hammock because I'm between two trees, right? And they're not the biggest trees. So I roll over, and the tree would go. It woke him up and scared the crap out of him. He's like, what was that? I rolled over. Calm down. Forests are fun. So we're holding carrying a piece of charcoal currently. Anyway, how you doing today, Rock Cat? How's things? You kind of tuned in the middle of a ramble session. Times like that, you wish you had friends. I don't have friends, plural. I have Kevin, my one friend. I just hang out with Kevin a lot because we're both kind of outdoor. Well, we've realized in the last year that we're both kind of outdoorsy. And during the pandemic, we both spent a lot of money on camping gear. So it's the only, like, literally the one person I have. It's like I have Kevin and then, like, direct family, and that's basically it. But I don't consider people I know online friends. They're just people I know. It's like there are some friends that I have that I know online who, you know, I've hung out with on multiple occasions, but like Florida or Europe or Australia or middle of Europe or Russia. It's like, yeah, no, it's like these, yeah, they're friends, but I haven't seen them in 4 years. I have a massive migraine headache. Oh, that sucks, dude. Caffeine is always the cause of my headaches, and they are stupidly bad. A silver mace. 2. King wants us to make more maces. We're gonna end up just being a bunch of mace dwarves. They did, in fact, dig this out. All right. Named another shield. Strange mood. Heat has exhausted you. Drink lots of water. I'm sure you're already doing that. Drink lots of water. Currently, we're in between big heat boosts here. It hasn't been ridiculous the last few days. I haven't even had the air conditioning on the past few days. I've just been kind of tolerating the 25C and just running the fan, which has been enough, as long as I get ventilation through. Because this little box that I stream in, which has like this kind of archway there, and then it's not a big room, right? It's basically just that little archway, and then I have a wall over there. And that's the drawing that Zach and Tarn sent me. But this has no ventilation in it, right? It's just like, ceiling, and that's bad. There's literally no ventilation in here. So as long as I can get like air moving in here, it's okay. It's reasonable if you don't live in Canada. But where I live, 25C is on the high end for summer weather. That's what I should have said to that person, Stone. I shouldn't have been like, well, you see, I'm using a tile set, but I do actually play Dwarf Fortress with a mouse. That's truly what I should have said. Maybe they wouldn't have called me a fucking Penantis then. Wow, look at you upping your bets. Good luck, Diamond. 25C is too fucking hot if your apartment or housing unit is designed to keep heat in, like mine. Because usually, if I don't have 2 fans running and a door open, my apartment is about 5 to 10 degrees hotter than it is outside. Because my apartment is designed for minus 15 degrees Celsius, minus 30 with wind chill in the winter, and freezing rain, right? So, like, if I tell somebody from... Also, I should turn this down. If I tell somebody from Los Angeles that it's 25 Celsius outside, they'll laugh at me and be like, it's 25 Celsius inside here. But also, everybody there has central air. If I go into the hallway right now, right next to my apartment, like the hallway right here, which, will take me to the lobby or whatever, it's about 25 C outside. It'll be about 35 in that hallway because there is very little ventilation and no air conditioning. So, that's, ironically, the parkade has air conditioning. The place where you park your cars has air conditioning. Rest of the building doesn't. So, that's Canada. They're actually changing the laws so that contractors have to put in, or building construction contractors have to put in air conditioning in all their building designs, because people keep dying in the summer here. For the last, 2 years, the death count due to heat exhaustion is rising, and it's freaky. But so far this year hasn't been so bad. Last year was way worse. The hottest day we've had this year was 37 Celsius. Gotta protect the cars, I suppose. Worth more than human lives, apparently. The hottest day we've had this year was 37 Celsius. Last year, the hottest day we had was 46. But we did break the humidity record, so we had the most humid day in recorded history for here. Good win, Diamond. Good win, Raz. Good win, Stone. Good win, Bastet. Yeah, no, it's, so we did break one record this year, but it hasn't been as bad as last year overall. Still sucks, but not as bad as last year. Last year, every single place in BC broke their hottest weather ever records. Not something to strive for. You get more headaches since that day? Do you have any kind of central air in your living space? This 40 is ridiculous, dude. I mean, we were only a few degrees below that, 37. We had 37. It was about 3 weeks ago. 4 weeks ago? Because it was in the middle of July. It was 36, 36, 36, 37, 37, 36 was the highs for a week. Central air. I mean, ventilation. Central air doesn't necessarily mean air conditioning. Central air just means do you have ventilation. But most people construe the two into the same thing. Central air just means that you have like vents in your ceiling that are blowing not necessarily cold air, but air. But your house can be ventilated? All right. Well, that's because the house I grew up in didn't have air conditioning, but it did have central air. So we did have ventilations. Okay, you don't have ceiling fans? Oof. Yeah, we had multiple ceiling fans as well as like just the vents. And then a pump from the outside that would pump fresh air through the house. So if you turned those on, there would always be like moving air. Even if it's like warm, it was at the very least moving. So you didn't get like that awful stagnant air that just gets muggy and shit. Because it was a well-designed house, but this apartment, no. We have rough moss opals, iron bars, and 2 pieces of lignite. You need other things. What do you need? Rough gems, okay. Pictures of glass, alrighty. Probably need to make raw glass. Shining bars, rough gems. Stacked leather, ooh. Skeletons, okay. Okay, let's collect 30 sand. And make 20 raw green glass. I will just recommend this as somebody who has one. I don't use it all the time. I only use it when it gets bad because it is expensive. Just go buy a portable air conditioner. Stick the hose out your window. They're like $300 to $500. They're worth it. I wouldn't be able to live in this apartment if I didn't have one. It's a very efficient fan. It's a dehumidifier, and it's an air conditioner if you desperately need it. Because like I'm a disabled person, right? I have multiple weird health problems, and one of those things is triggered by high temperature and constant sweating. So if I am extremely hot all the time and not going about and being active, like if I'm sitting stationary, which is most of the day, and I'm sitting there sweating, it's impossible for me to manage my blood sugar. So it's really bad for my health. So I quite literally need one. But if you get like heat-induced migraines or something, which is not too uncommon, it's very much worth it. His room usually ends up so insufferably stagnant hot, it's unpleasant for everyone. Well, that sucks. Yeah, just go get yourself an air conditioner. Go take out if you don't have money, go to the bank and take out like a $300 loan. And I know that sounds ridiculous, but like, it's worth it. Ox is a slight misnomer. You got indent rectangle of a chimney that no longer exists to your knowledge. That's old houses for you? Yep, makes sense. Not that a chimney would be much help in the summer. Getting a phone call. Hold up. Finally, FedEx figures out how to not fuck their shit up. So that was like maybe the most awkward phone pickup I've ever had. Lady picks up the phone, right? And lady calls me and she goes, "Hi, I'm looking for Georgery." And I just sat there in silence for a second. She's like, "Georgery?" I'm like, "Do you mean Gregory?" And she goes, "Ah, yes, Gregory. I'm looking for Gregory." And I just sat there in silence for a second. I'm like, "Well, you're talking to him. Only one person lives here." It's like, I get that, like, you know, and then she's like, "I need your buzzer number." I'm like, "Well, none of the buzzer numbers in this building work." This is like a widely known fact. None of the buzzer numbers in this building work. They haven't worked for a couple of years. And she's like, "What's your buzzer number for the building so that we can deliver a package?" I was like, "Well, they don't work." So, and she goes, "Okay, could you come pick it up?" And she tells me their like address, and it's like the other side of fucking town, so it'd be like a 3-hour bus ride. And I'm like, "Do you have another location you could drop that off?" And she's like, "How about Staples? That's like 3 blocks from my house." I'm like, "Yeah, that'd be great." Then she's like, "All right, it'll be there 3 p.m. tomorrow." I'm like, "Sweet, thank you." By the way, back on the 26th, I think it's a record, by the way. On the 26th, they told me that I had a package waiting that needed to be picked up. They left a thing on my fucking front door to my apartment right there while I was streaming that said that a package needed to be picked up. And there was a phone number at the bottom. It circled it a bunch of times. It said, "Call this number for information." I was like, okay. So I called the number, and it was an automated line. Couldn't actually talk to a human being. And after punching in the tracking number and all that jazz, I finally got to the end of it, and it was just like, it was just like, "Congratulations, your package is ready to be picked up, but due to failed delivery attempt, if you can't pick it up, we will attempt to deliver it again on Monday." On the Monday afterwards, I left my apartment for about 3 hours to go do some grocery shopping and other things. And when I came back, there was another notice on my apartment's front door stating that they failed to deliver it twice. Anyway, IRC, it costs about I mean, yeah, you could pay to have an air conditioning unit installed, but you can go buy, like, I don't know what country you live in, Rockcat, but standalone personal portable air conditioning unit's about $200, $200 to $500. What temp is it inside my apartment? About 25 degrees Celsius. So yes, you could get a central AC unit for the entire building, which would cost you thousands of dollars, and you'd have to pay to get it installed. Or you can buy just a thing that's like the size of a small coffee table that has a tube that goes out your window and you plug it in the wall. Those are very common. They're available around the entire planet. Well, in any developed country, anyway. This is a person who's sad. "Oh, where's Camille Pack ringed chirp? I cannot give in to sadness." Is that your wife or something? It's not even your lover. 25 is bearable if you're that kind of person. I don't like it. It's too hot for me. But don't you tell me what's bearable for me and what's bearable for you. So it might be bearable for you, but it's not bearable for me. Too damn hot. But I don't feel like running my air conditioner because it costs too much money to run it. A sneakrit? I definitely won't ask you to reveal your sneakrit then. But like, oh, there we go. Artifacts began construction. Vast majority of countries around the world, it's like, if you have access to Amazon, you can buy one. If you have access to any large department store, you can buy one. If you have access to almost any home appliance store, you can buy one. And they're not very expensive. That's fine. But you're not Canadian. How dare you say a boot? Only Canadians are allowed to say a boot. And even most Canadians don't say a boot. Else it's just an evaporative cooler. This is true, yes. Although an evaporative cooler is better than nothing. Like, I fucking hate big department stores, but like, freaking Best Buy sells air conditioners. Everywhere sells air conditioners. Doesn't cost thousands of dollars unless you, doesn't cost thousands of dollars unless you get it installed in the whole house. Which you don't need to do. I mean, like, here. I literally just Googled portable air conditioner. Doesn't have the best reviews, but this one's free shipping or pickup. 289 bucks. This will cool a single room, no problem. 900. This is more powerful than mine. Probably just not the best built, but like that'll cool your house down, or the one room down. It's not gonna cool the whole house down, but it will cool one room down, no problem. Those, like, so if I don't know what stores you have access to, but like these things are super fucking common these days. Like there's a poorly photoshopped one, but that's what they look like. I think that might actually be the same one that I was just looking at. That's very similar to mine, almost identical to mine actually. But yeah, no, I mean, it's kind of, in my opinion, impossible to live in housing without cooling like that, without one of those things now. Amazon sucks everywhere. Amazon used to be great, but it's gotten a lot worse. But honestly, if you have an appliance store, most appliance stores have them. Like, because that's technically what it is. It's a portable appliance. They're all constructing blocks. It does add on to your power bill to run one, but like not enough that it's gonna kill you. I'm glad that you typoed that, otherwise I would have had to time you out. 900 for a single volume. I mean, I wouldn't spend normal prices on manga because it's not worth it, but in my opinion, always kind of struck me as weirdly expensive. So swamp cooler, not good. Swamp coolers work here. They're just not very effective. Like I know somebody who has a swamp cooler and it's fine. Takes his room down by about 5-6 degrees, but when you're talking about sitting in the 40s, it's not very helpful. No, I get that. I get the desire to support an author. That makes sense. All right, we're finishing the bridge. Yay! Which means we can actually start working on the library at the other end. Ooh. Hey, Taylor, you got an artifact dedicated to you. Errol! The stoneworker has created Vojgumsit. A lignite gingim? I guess this is an instrument. A gingim. And claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor Stukos Telebi Dwell Paddle. We're dwelling on that paddle. Hold on, how are you related to Pele? Ah, you're married to Tele. Okay, so it's an instrument dedicated to their wife, Tele. It's not Long Death. Long Death would be in the title if it was Long Death. This is Threatdweller. This is a lignite gingim. Gingim is a huge stationary percussion instrument that consists of an hourglass drum with a leather head. The musician strikes the head with a stone hammer, and the instrument produces a complex sound that cannot be said to be a single pitch. The instrument has a full, pure, wavering timbre. Also, chat, if you're lurking in the stream, can I get a round of beers? We're kind of lurky right now. We've been kind of lurky all day. Just type in the word beer, or the beer emote, or the beers emoji, or my follower emote crypt burr, whatever you prefer. Mostly for the artifact, too. Heat pastime. Hey, that's fitting. It's like the game's been listening to us. It is encrusted with baguette cut moss opals and studded with iron glass gems and cushion cut moss opals and beak dog leather. This object menaces with spikes of lignite. On the item is an image of dwarves in lignite. On the item is an image of throne dyed, the splattered defender, and the adamantine mace in iron. You've not been lurking. You just got here. Well, hello, just got here. It's good to have you. Let's place this instrument. But how's your day been, Hex? Your dwarf, if you were wondering, is a swords master who feels pleasure after a sparring session. We are the mountain home. Yep. We are the mountain home because the king and the queen moved in, and we became the mountain home. We feel satisfied upon improving armor. And I think you said you wanted to die. Well, instead of that, you've made other things die. You've killed 3 goblins, 1 troll, 1 goblin, 2 trolls. You had a mini anxiety attack over your exams? My condolences. Anxiety attacks suck. Been there, done that. Had a few of them myself. But yeah, the Mountain Gnome is where the king and queen of the faction live. So the kind of fun thing about this fort is we have the king, we have our general, who's the queen. Or sorry, we have the queen, who's Elamino. We have the general, who is Orange, who's also the king. We have the mayor, who's Belug, and then we have the outpost liaison, who's Wilmer, who still needs an office and a bunch of other things. I've been, like, not working on that, and instead I've been building a very gaudy, fancy library on another peak very, very, very far away from the main fort for reasons. Logical? Gremlin? Currently, not Gremlin. Actually, you know what? Let's build an up-down stair here. We'll make the outpost liaison's space down here. There we go. About 6 subjects to pass out of 13. Ay, ay, ay. I never did like school. Or never was a big fan. Been a day, the road in and out of your neighborhood got redone. Oi, so you're trapped in there? So you're trapped for a few days? Oh, that sucks. I am very thankful, but also kind of regretful at the same time that I chose not to do any post-secondary. I was never very good at school. It was never something I was even remotely good at. Not because I'm an idiot, but just because classrooms are bad. That's the only way I can put it. School made me feel unintelligent. That's the only way I can really explain it. So post high school, which I graduated a couple of years early from, literally just went straight from that to full-time working, and I've been working full-time ever since. The thing that I really regret about it is I feel like I completely skipped being a young person. Like, every single person I've ever met, more or less, who's been to some form of secondary is like, yeah, you know, spent a few years, like in university, meeting people, being around other people your age, and, like, figuring out how to be an adult slowly over a couple of years. And for me, it was like, I went from high school to working full-time to living with a girlfriend and working full-time. Working 2 jobs, actually. So I just went straight from, like, high school to, like, within 3 years, working full-time by myself, pretty much, paying all my bills, and just existing as, like, a lower-class citizen. Fuck, that was a hard learning curve. People talk about video games being difficult. Jesus Christ. The worst crap that you had to go through? Yeah, I can believe it. Not like that's a limitation on your abilities either. The sad thing to me, but like you said, you need the paper. Nobody needs the paper. Jobs want you to have the paper. You literally don't need the paper for the vast majority of jobs. They want you to have the paper because it's an arbitrary statement stating that you've put in work and enough work that they can arbitrarily accept you as an employee. It's got nothing to do with whether or not you actually have the paper. Like, to the point where, like, you don't have to get any job. You could go work at a gas station and you'd be fine. You don't have to get any job. You want to be in game design? I wouldn't recommend that. I would recommend go into software design, make a bunch of money, and then go into game design. Go into an industry that actually has work with less competition, where you can reliably get work. Go do that for a couple of years. Then go into game design. I wanted to work in radio. I wanted to be a talk show host. I wanted to be I wanted to be like a radio DJ. I wanted to get into that industry. All of the jobs disappeared, and everywhere I applied was like, wait, you don't have 7 years of university? Fuck off, asshole. You don't have, you didn't spend $100,000 on an audio engineering course? Get out. And so after that, I was like, well, how about instead of doing that, which was my initial attempt before I got my first job. Went and worked in a factory for a bit. I went and worked at a gas station for a bit. I worked night shift at McDonald's for 8.5 years, and all the while started streaming in the background. And the first 2 years of streaming, I made zero money. But eventually I started making money. With all the crap you hear about game designers screwing the staff, why would anybody want to do it? Because it's a passion-driven industry. It's a thing that people love, right? Why would anybody want to go into Hollywood and act when you read about all the shit that happens to the vast majority of the people that try and get into Hollywood? Why would anybody do it? Because it's a passion. You know, people want to do their passion, right? For me, my passion is talking to people, interviewing people, and improving other people's life from a faraway distance, which I've actually managed to achieve, which is fucking crazy to me. Like, you're literally talking to somebody who has his dream job right now. Is it in the exact industry that I wanted to work in originally? No. Is it my dream job still? Yes. I have my dream job, and I'm extraordinarily fortunate because of that. Am I getting rich doing it? Absolutely not. But I have my dream job. Because he has the same voice as Christopher Lee. Voice acting is a hard as fuck industry to get into. You quite literally need to know people. And in order to know people, you need to be in upper middle class and have money. There's actually, it's funny that we're talking about this, but People Make Games dropped this video this morning, which I'll link. It's also in the Discord, in the Documentaries and Knowledge room fucking fascinating little video about the games industry that I do recommend watching. No, it's not universities. It's the companies that you work for. And don't kid yourself, right? Just because you're in the EU doesn't mean all of the companies are good. The kind of status quo of you work for 6 months and then you get laid off is very much the same in the EU as it is in Canada and the US. So at the very least, you're not $250,000 in debt like I would be if I went to post-secondary. But that's a slight exaggeration. It probably would be closer to like $100,000 in debt, but still. But a lot of the jobs still suck. And the good ones, people don't quit, so they're not hiring, is usually the case. Anyway, although that being said, the industry as a whole is improving, so maybe in 10 years, it'll be a lot nicer place. It'll be a much nicer place to work. But there's still high competition. A vile force of darkness has arrived. Fortunately, all my squads are at home this time, so we're going to lock... Uh-oh, hold up. Hold up. Where's my bridge? There's my bridge. All right, so that's bad. They have a direct line into the fort. That's real bad. Okay, hold up. Actually, dwarves, let's just add to this burrow a little bit. And just cancel all this. And deconstruct these. And then drop down to here, because otherwise they're just going to walk straight into the fort. Pull this lever. Pull this lever. Pull this. Wow, the lava hasn't even dried up yet. Pull this lever. Pull this lever. Should we be worried? No. But is this going to be annoying? Yes. We need to deconstruct some of this bridge, because that is not done yet. Although this is a problem. The fact that all these dwarves are over here. No? You have a good night, Rock Cat. Your head hurts? Look into an air conditioner. Might help. Let's hope the goblins aren't close enough to start shooting at them yet. They are, in fact, not. It's a pretty big siege, though. Look at that. Keeps getting bigger. Okay, it seems like all the dwarves have made it across. The deconstructing begins. In before this dwarf traps himself on the wrong side. Deconstructing takes so long. You'd think it would be so much faster. Come on, dwarf. I keep seeing little black squares appearing and thinking, oh no, is it going to be arrows flying? Or bolts flying? Here they come. Oh god, this is... Here they come. Dwarf, did you just... Dwarf literally did the worst thing you could have done. It literally, like, just dropped. Huh. Alright, well... Let's open this up. Chad, I know I asked for this not too long ago, but could we get a round of beers for this next fight? You You know, if that dwarf dies, it's due to their own idiocy. That's a big-ass siege. Look at that. Pull that lever. It's like the goblins had spies. They knew. I'm trying to save them, too. I may just have to let them die, though. Bamboo will inert him. I'm sorry, guys. I have to cancel the lever pull. It's unfortunate, but you made your own decisions. They can't get in through here just yet, I don't think. Yeah, it's still sealed. I mean, I could give them a spot right here that they could run to. There they go. They're sprinting. Maybe they'll make it. Squad mode and move them? No, I'm just giving them a way to walk. These goblins don't seem to have noticed. Do it now. Can you please go open that gate? Please go open that gate. Please go. Okay, don't. Fine. Can you go open that gate? No. Okay, who's pulling the fucking lever? Cutest to is. Okay. They arrive at similar times. We might actually be able to save them. All these goblins are like skulking over here. Working their way over to this thing. Yeah, this seems to be working. I mean, if I put them in squad mode, they just go attack. And then they would just die. Frame rate's kind of bad because there's... Oh! They sent the big guns again. That's a siege. Friends. I was wondering why the frame rate was I was like, man, the game's running a little slow. That's why. And there's more still spawning. Holy vey. Okay, dwarves, get inside, boys. We need you guys inside. Going to go pull a lever. It's just a little siege. It's just a few of them. Man, I should have let them in on the bridge, and we should have fought them on the bridge. That would have been an epic battle, but I don't want to. Oh, no. Just dwarf, don't you fucking do what I think. Okay, phew. You didn't splat yourself. You almost splatted yourself. All right, so we're going to erase that. Get inside, you morons. I said get inside, you morons. There you go. Literally is a freaking horde. All right. Also, I'm going to go make sure that the king and queen can get to their bedrooms. Okay, now they can. And now a dwarf is going to go pull that lever again. You should do quickly. Because a little army's coming. Little small army is coming. Yeah, they're going to go close the gate. Hopefully. Come on, Raz. It's your job. Oh, the gate. Close the goddamn gate, you stupid dwarves. Ah! That's the elf who's in charge. That's why I said stupid dwarves. Raz, you're a hero. Close the door. Close close the goddamn door. Lorbam, close the door. Wow, cutting it kind of close too. Jesus, that's a lot of them. It's not actually the biggest one. The biggest one was 600 something. This is just in the 400s. It's still plenty big. Oh no. Oh no. The poor wombat. Wombat's just chilling. They're like, kill it, it moves. Ah! The whole horde just like shifts its movement. Also, the gate's shut. The whole horde just shifts its movement to kill the wombat. Good luck, guys. All right, so this isn't entirely dried up yet. So they can't actually get into the fort right now. But there's a few bits of lava that still need to dry up, and I think it's mostly just this one. Oh, it might have actually dried up. Yes, they do have a direct line into the fort now. They do have to walk around a lot of lava, but they should start walking into the fort. At least the main glob of these baddies should be able to. They shouldn't be able to. Would be annoying if they could. Doesn't look like it. They're just goblins. They're not smart. Let's just get rid of this. But if they did, I'd just send my soldiers out and we'd go kill them. I'm currently deactivating all my squads, though. I'm more worried about the dwarves wandering up there and then getting arrows shot at them than anything. Does look like they're trying, though. I do think this is also super neat, how there's like a noticeable area where all of the plant life is dying underneath the bridge because it's getting no sun and no rain. I love those little details in Dwarf Fort. You made the mistake. I mean, we want to fight against a siege bigger than this with less soldiers. So I think we could maybe fight them. It's very much a maybe, but I think we could maybe fight them. We had worse weapons and less soldiers, and we won the fight. We also had worse armor and less soldiers. So fingers crossed. Also planned for today, chat, I think, is this, and then we'll continue that furthest frontier playthrough, or farthest frontier playthrough. Take out the Berserk Vampire? I don't have a Berserk Vampire. What Berserk Vampire do you think I'm talking about? Although that's something we need to do once Premium's out, is make a squad of vampires. I'm really curious to see how... Something that we haven't seen much of Dwarf Fortress is I'm really curious to see how vampires are represented. Because you know how like a vampire is just like a red N in vanilla, right? Really curious to see how a vampire is represented in Premium. Like, are they a special color? Do they get an aura? Like, how... Like, once a vampire is discovered, what will they look like? Same with necromancers. We haven't seen that either. Like, we've seen zombies, but... Like, are they going to have a wizard hat? Like, what's a necromancer going to look like? Spooky Darth Maul cloak? Going brains for the intelligent undead? Like, I'm curious. Looking forward to it. All right, chat. This is going to be a lot of burning. The vampires might... So I'm talking about the vanilla premium tile set. But I mean, if they were just hot dwarves, I would be kind of confused because that would be very out of character for Dwarf Fortress. Dwarf Fortress kind of gives me the vibe of like nothing is hot. The beard and mustache cover up the fangs. You know, you make a good point, Old Grouchy. You do, in fact, make a good point, but I like to think that they just will be given a big sign that just says, Vampire! They'll be running around with a big sign. Vampire! Vampire! Where did those big dogs go? What? Oh, they're there. God, that's such a glob of them. But yeah, I'm really curious to see how they're going to be represented in Vanilla Dwarf Fortress. Because once they're discovered, they do just become the end, right? Otherwise, they should, like, blend in perfectly with the other dwarves. Also, if anybody's wondering why the frame rate is so shitty right now, it's because I've, like, inflated the number of possible siegers for the fun of it. So I expect sieges this big to lag to all hell. It's not lag, it's just dramatic slowdown, okay? It's difference. This is like bullet time. It's intended. Fortress runs fine when there's no living siegers here. Where are you guys going on the side there? Do you think that they're suspicious about all of the lava on the ground? I mean, yes, no, the lava's very sweaty. It's just sweaty rocks. Truth. Hot, steamy rocks. No, that's not true. That is not true. So, Old Grouchy, if a dwarf is discovered as a vampire, yes, they'll be given the hammerings. But if you interrogate them and they admit that they are a vampire, or if a dwarf is turned into a vampire in your fortress, so like if a dwarf, say, tantrums and knocks over a piece of furniture in a temple and it angers a god and they get cursed with vampirism, instead of maintaining the dwarven icon, they become a red N, which is their true look, right? It's just like, currently you can have necromancers walk into your fortress. They're supposed to be disguised as normal dwarves, right? Because things can assume a disguise, right? They can lie about their identity. And when they lie about their identity, it can change their color. It can make them into a different profession. It can even change their race. You can have like a dwarf show up, theoretically, that is pretending to be an elf. And like, it'll be pretty easy to like interrogate them and figure that out. But because vampires, very few people actually like use the interrogation system in this game very much. So very few people actually encounter the true image of vampires. So just because vampires, when they initially show up in your fortress, look like a normal dwarf and can receive hammerings for murdering a dwarf, they're receiving a hammerings as a dwarf for murdering a dwarf. They're not receiving hammerings for being a vampire. I'm sorry for like being like oddly pedantic, but like that's the difference there. So if a vampire who's a dwarf is in your fortress and they're a vampire and they drain a dwarf, they're receiving the sentence as a dwarf for being a dwarf who murdered another dwarf. But if you interrogate them as part of their beatings and they admit to being a vampire, then they get their icon replaced with that. And so actually, I can give you an example. If you go into this screen, you know how it says like Zon Minor? Their name, or Zon Dragonum Minor. If Zon Dragonum the Minor was a vampire and they admitted to the crime as being a cursed one, as a vampire, it might change their name if they assumed a different identity as an adventurer in the background simulation. And so it might change their name, but it also will give them a new profession. So instead of being a miner, they might still have the miner skill, they become a dark red, like similar to the color that children are, except a little bit darker. And it says vampire in all caps. I have a dwarf like that in one of my other forts named Zaloro, who's been insane for the last like 300 years of that fortress. And in the year 120, in that dwarf Zaloro tantrumed and knocked over a statue in one of my temples. And the god of fortresses and war cursed him And ever since that day, that dwarf has assumed the red icon with the letter N for being a vampire. So, sorry for the long ramble, but yes, if you don't actually use the interrogations system, they won't ever, you won't ever get their actual identity. Like, you can totally deal with a vampire without ever officially outing them as a vampire. You can treat them as a dwarf, lock them away or whatever, and do whatever you want with them. Put them in the military, train them up, and send them out because they're really good soldiers. But if you... And just for reference, the way that you interact with that system, this case is still open, right? This is the theft of an artifact. If I hit I... That's behind my camera. But if I hit I interrogate, I could select any dwarf, right? So if I had a dwarf under the theft of this that I suspected of being a vampire, and I had a good interrogator, and I interrogated them by selecting them in this screen, they would interrogate them as part of this, but that vampire might admit to being a vampire, especially if they're already in prison. They're very likely to admit something if they're repentant and in prison. So if you can get them to admit it, it will change their icon. It's, to be also completely fair, this is a relatively recent mechanic. The interrogation stuff was added into the game in 2021, but before that, if a dwarf cursed themselves, and the only way they can curse themselves is either in adventure mode, when you go defame a statue or roll a dice and roll badly, or alternatively, in fortress mode, the only way that they can curse themselves is by tantruming or brawling, or going berserk and knocking over a statue, or any piece of furniture in a temple, which is why you should always put furniture in your temples, like this temple, right? So this temple right here, if a dwarf tantrums in this temple, and they knock over this table, odds are really good, it's a very high % chance, one of the gods, because this is an any god temple, so it doesn't matter what god you worship, any god can be worshipped in this temple. Any of those gods, it's suddenly a random dice roll, one of them will curse him for defaming the temple. And then that's how you get were creatures in the world, and that's how you get vampires in the world. Some trolls are inside. Oh, that's what my military is up here for. It's intended that trolls make it through. Trolls always make it through because they go ahead. It's the goblins and the beak dogs that are an actual threat. The trolls are like just in clothing, like they're not exactly much of a threat. Although this dwarf is running past the troll for some. Oh, I see. There you go. Get him! Get him! Cacklecloth! Seems to be doing good. You chat, why are you all tired? There you go. Stab the next one. Yeah, no, this is an intended outcome of this. The problem is I don't really want them fighting next to the lava because they might just dodge into the lava, which is a really good way to make yourself completely catch fire. Well, there's 2 less now, but yes. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So 474 minus 8. Minus 9, actually, because there's a wombat at the top. 474 minus 9. That's how many there is. You have a good night's sleep, Rolf. Also, the reason why I'm apologizing for being pedantic is somebody called me pedantic earlier today for telling them that I was, in fact, using a tile set. So, because of that, I'm like, and someone got mad, like, legit got mad and was, like, cursing at me. I was like, come on. But, like, this is a tile set. This is not vanilla graphics. Nah. I mean, I agree, but, like, I don't know. I guess I'm just overly sensitive now because of that. Yep, numbers is dropping. I'm gonna need this squad to repeat though. Retreat though. Okay. Back up, dwarves. I don't want them dodging into lava because that's a real good way to make your dwarves just die immediately. Yeah, like that. Goodbye, Lycott. Gloved obeys the hot... What? The hot slayer of... threats. You're definitely hot. is why you got to be careful with lava. It's dangerous. And before all of these dwarves die. Need you dwarves to be careful, or maybe like spill the blood into the lava so that the lava stops being dangerous. Okay. Kill that last troll and then back the fuck up. Okay, sweet. Back up. Back up. Back up. Teaser trolls, yep. They're also some members of chat. Usually my mods. Fine. At least we've only lost one. The problem is they can't pass through smoke. Wow. That dwarf just jumped over the lava. This is scaring the crap out of me. All right, can you please back up? I'm gonna do a thing. Reset the burrow. Run away. I want you to run away, dwarves. That's what I want you to do. I know it might be a strange concept. They're both lying down. They can't because there's smoke in the way. Walk away. Walk away, as fucking Pac-Man said. Okay, fine. Or catch fire. That also works. To quote the wise words of Pac-Man, waka that way. Or don't. Not Crypt Sappy, more like Crypt. I do actually have an email for that too. Except I think it's spelled blah, not. It's my own fault. I shouldn't have let them get that far up. All right. Anyway. If anybody's wondering why the frame rate's bad, that's why. That is why the frame rate is bad. They're not even mounted on them. All right, well, I guess we need to train up a few new dwarves. Okay, so they are walking away. There are two trolls right behind these dwarves right here. So let's turn them around. Go get them. Have your vengeance in this life or the next. Preferably this one. You're much more useful to me currently. Not dead. They'll have my vengeance in this life or the next. Get them, boys. All right, they got them. Back up now. Run away. Until the trolls come up, back up and in. Fortunately, like, you can kind of kite squads back by, like, enabling them and disabling them and enabling them and disabling, etc. So I've set this trap up intentionally so that the trolls come through, because the trolls are fun to fight, and they're not too hard for the dwarves to fight. The problem is, and the thing that's actually killing my dwarves isn't the trolls. It's literally them just slipping into lava. Only now you see that the frame rate is bad? Yeah, I mean, like, this is a frame rate that isn't playable, right? Like, if this fort ran like this all the time, it wouldn't be playable. But literally the second those guys all get burninated, the game will become playable again. But it's fine. I mean, it works. It's just a couple goblins and trolls and beak dogs. Also, if anybody has questions about, like, what a beak dog is, feel free to let me know. But, like, I just generally assume that everybody who watches these streams knows what I'm doing. If you don't know what I'm doing, I can answer questions as they pop up. This is a lovely combat slideshow, I will tell you that. Okay, let's get one. Bits and pieces fly everywhere. And back those dwarves up. We're gonna have to memorialize those as well, aren't we? On the bright side, they are all trying to get in. So. Why did you leave your sword, Dwarf? Why did you do that? Catan, why did you leave your sword? I'm just asking. I don't need you to go get it necessarily. I just want to know why you left it. It's kind of a valuable piece of, like, fortress equipment, and abandoning it there is reckless. All right, all goblins. Inhale, shift, exhale. Inhale, shift, exhale. The Swordsmaster slashes the troll in the left lower arm with their adamantine short sword, and the severed part sails off in an arc. It's literally just like bits and pieces and limbs going everywhere. I wonder if any of them have made it up onto the walls yet. Yep, there are in fact limbs on the walls from this fight. Specifically, Nagok King's right upper arm. It's their right upper arm. It got slashed off so hard it flew up onto the wall. Easy clap. That's how you know it was a good fight. Blue blood would be copper? No, blue blood is the color of blood that trolls give out. Not copper. Or, actually, I wonder if their blood is blue because they have high copper contents in their blood instead of iron contents. That's just a theory. Hey, the frame rate sped up a little bit. What the fuck happened? Weird. Did the goblins figure out how to get into the fort? Well, some of them are. Can't wait to drop lava on all of them. Or are you saying that these trolls are a bunch of coppers? Because I think that they would rather cop out of this situation, frankly. Because this seems bad for them. Two dwarves, two individual dwarves, are killing all of these trolls, by the way. Two individual dwarves are just doing all of this. She's shocked reliving being attacked. 42 kills! Wow. Who else is on here? Who's the other one? There's two of you. Ah, there's the other one. 27. Damn. It's really amusing that they just killed a troll named Dang, because that's all I have to say right now is Dang. Look at that. This is going to be fun to clean up. All of these bits and pieces. Troll blood uses dissolved copper instead of iron for oxygen transmissions. Yeah, no, makes sense. I understand that theory. They're still just like squeezing. It does get easier for them to path in, though, as the lava from the previous siege vanishes. You know, I could probably just, like, dump lava on them, and they wouldn't be able to run fast enough, and I'd probably just kill them all, but eh. I think there actually is a necromancer in the fort right now. No? Okay, he fucked off. I specifically have no necromancers in this fort. That's part of, like, my desire to run this fort this way, because there's no necromancers in this faction, so I want to keep this faction necro clean. But if there was a necromancer in this fort, our kill count would be very inflated, yeah. The last fort that I had that actively had necromancers in it, I sent in a squad that had 2 necromancers in it, and every single dwarf in that squad got like 200 kills, because it was like, oh, you killed a goblin, and then you killed the goblin's arm, and then you killed the goblin again, and then you killed the goblin's arm again, and then you killed the goblin's hand, and then you killed the goblin's head, and then you killed the goblin's neck, then you killed the goblin again, and then you killed the goblin's arm, then you mangled the goblin's neck. Okay, so that can't resurrect. Okay, then you killed the goblin's arm again. Like, just stab, 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 stab. And those fights are so funny because what ends up happening is you'll have like an army on one side, an army on the other side, and just a bunch of zombies in the middle, and everybody's just fighting with the zombies. Because the zombies are like a third faction that don't give a fuck. They just want to kill everything. It's like, Jesus Christ, everyone's just fighting everyone. It's kind of fun. I don't mind those sometimes, but kind of have to be in the specific mood for it. It just makes Pog face, yeah, pretty much. So a Necro would basically be like this. I don't know. I kind of like the frame rate slowdowns in this fort. It's definitely like more just for drama than anything. Because these dwarves are just cutting up. Like, look at that pile of blood. Like, that's ridiculous. It's really ridiculous. Oh no, looks like we might actually be losing a dwarf. All right, maybe I gotta send in a second squad. Send in a second squad. They're getting exhausted is the problem. Yep, we lost 2 dwarves from the looks of things. Edem! The Swordsmaster's been found dead. The problem is when they fight for too long, eventually they get tired and then they fall asleep. When that happens, they're just dead. Kind of expected to lose some, but I'm just pissed that we lost the 2 to lava. Alright. We're gonna need... Yeah, can we get some Fs for these valiant, brave soldiers? You know what, let's send in a few. The pairs of spear, or pairs of armor, not pairs of spear. And the free seals, we'll send them in too. Turns out I do actually have quite a few squads, so. Hammerlord? I have hammers? Pardon? Who the hell's the Hammerlord? Wait, what? Legendary Spear Dwarf. Get into that squad. Apparently I have a whole squad that's like not active right now. Get in there too. Trying to send them all in. Otherwise we're gonna lose. I think we're gonna lose a few more though. Although most of these trolls are dying from exhaustion too, so my dwarves are all just gonna run in and kill. When a dwarf goes into a martial trance, all it actually means is they just aren't developing any exhaustion from the fight currently. There goes another one. There goes another one. But if they're in a martial trance, it means that they can just fight indefinitely without getting exhausted. But the martial trance only lasts so long. It's like a temporary buff thing that they develop sometimes. This is fun though. I like losing dwarves. It means that there's actual stakes to this fight. Because of course I could make completely impenetrable fortresses, but where's the fun in that? They are getting there. You know what's real fun? Is I could close that drawbridge right now and send a bunch of them flying. Although I might just catapult a bunch of them into my fort, so I'd rather not do that. Okay, we got more dwarves in the fight now, so we should be good. Although, like, this dwarf as an example. Ineth is about to die. Run away, Ineth. Let's take you out of the squad. Run away. Crawl away. Come on, dwarf, you can do it. Get away quicker. Just make it to the back line. I have faith in you. Maybe I don't. Why are you turning around, Ineth? What are you doing, Ineth? Stop trying to dodge, Ineth. Just run away, Ineth. Well, I guess maybe you'll make it. Phil... No! Not Phil and Phil. Although Phil and Phil did want to die gloriously, so I guess you did. Rest in peace, Phil and Phil. You were a very good dwarf. Just dwarf things? Oh yeah, you know it. I've actually lost more than I was expecting in this. I should have just sent the whole squad in initially, but I was worried about the lava. Turns out I'm paying for my worries. They're slowly globbing in. I'm going to make a bunch of coffins, I think. Let's make them out of diorite, because it's close by. Also, look who made it out. Congratulations to Ineth, who is surviving. All right, looks like we've pushed the fight back. Meaning what I can do is I can add to this burrow briefly and give them this zone so we can go rescue the wounded. Yeah, now there's a bunch of recover wounded jobs in here, as you can see. So they're going to run out and save them. Assuming they don't get scared away, but, you know. I'm very happy that my squad leaders haven't died, though. That would truly be a shame, losing my squad leaders. You know, we've killed like 100 of them, by the way. Like, this is no small fight. We've killed a lot of them. Now we're working our way into the lava, which is the danger zone. Did I really lose that many from that squad? Jeez. Back up, dwarves. Scared them off. Now back up. That beak dog is still panicking and running. That turns them all around. Yep. The one that I made the short of on YouTube, where the goblin flew all the way across the sky. Yep, that was a good siege. That's basically what just happened here, though. Like, that's why these dwarves died, is due to exhaustion. All right, so let's just check. Okay, Fallen Kingdoms is still alive. Yes, all my squad leaders are still alive, meaning I can still command the squads, and I haven't lost my MVPs. It's still a damn shame, though. We are doing our damnedest to recover wounded. I'm glad that there isn't better control. It makes... So everything that gives dwarves free will... Also, I love this. Just this one beak dog, Zom, is just like, run away! It's a trap! Back up! Anyway, anything that gives dwarves free will, I think, makes Dwarf Fortress better. Anything that removes the dwarves' ability to make choices, and, like, if a dwarf just... So, as an example, one of the best things that ever happened was I had a vampire mayor, right? This vampire mayor. This mayor that was a vampire. There was this forgotten beast that was fucking up my army, right? And I'd taken this vampire mayor and said, all right, you go attack this goblin fortress by yourself and go die, please. Right? Because I just didn't want to deal with them anymore. Trained him up in his office by himself for a while. Sent him off to go fight. They came back right as this forgotten beast was terrorizing my basement. The game's paused, by the way, so you're not missing anything. Came flying back in. Stabbed the forgotten beast to death. Collapsed on the ground because the forgotten beast was shooting out clouds of acid, basically. got caught in the clouds of acid, stabbed it in the head, killed it, and then melted and died. I didn't even give him that command. He just did it. That's why you shouldn't have direct control, because shit like that happens sometimes. And that's stuff like that that makes Dwarf Fortress awesome. What's the lassie? It's a trap? This whole thing's a trap. Yeah, so this here beak dog, Zom, or Zam? Zom, is like, it's a trap, back up. And they're all like, what's going on? What's happening? And then they come around the corner and they just see the horrors that is, you know, this. That blood is actually boiling because it's so close to lava. That's awesome. All right, let's remove this area from this burrow for right now. And it's not quite enough. It'll be enough to kill the siege. Now the question is, do we risk fighting more of them, or do I just slam the door in their face? Slam the door in their face. All right, so I'm going to put this squad right there. On the off chance I catapult some of them over the wall. On the off chance. Actually, you know what? Nah, never mind. We're going to wait a little longer. I'm going to take the risk. I'm going to take the risk. I want to get more of them. Does DF water carry temperature? Can you splash invaders with boiling water after running it near your lava? Yes and no. Does it carry temperature? Yes. Does it carry enough temperature to be able to do that? No. Could you theoretically have a layer of lava with vents right above it and pour water onto lava and kill them with steam? Yes. Steam will kill. But that's so finicky, and it wouldn't kill all of them. Most of them, it would just wound them, and it hurt them a lot. But yes, theoretically, you could kill things with steam. You're much more likely to kill things with, like, lava mist or something by just simply dropping rocks into lava. But yes, you could, in fact, do that. Pre-cook the goblins. Yeah. Also, how you doing, by the way, PP? Didn't say hi. Saw you pop in, though. Poached goblins. Yeah, damn right. If being steamed or boiled alive sounds worse. I mean, actually, if you were to just dump boiling water on them, probably what would happen is they just drown regardless of the temperature. Sunny day in Southern Cali, hell yeah. A lot to smile about, sure. Hey, Sear Sky. I mean, it's going all right. We lost a few dwarves in this siege so far, but it's going all right. You could say. Why is there a dwarf running ahead? Are you picking up equipment? Yep. Well, at least you're armed. I think this dwarf may be relinquishing their will to live here. Not much I can do about it, aside from putting them in a different squad, so I'm going to do that. What? Oh, no. I did, in fact, lose Fallen Kingdoms. Man, my best dwarf died in battle. God damn it. Lost my most notable soldier. Well, shit. That's a bloody shame. Truly is a bloody shame. Must have bled out after the fighting. Anyway, round 2 begins. Well, through murder and love, that dwarf wanted peace at all costs. Hopefully now they get to rest in peace. Is worth more than any memorial? I mean, they'll also get a memorial. But, man, that's a damn shame. See a bunch of goblins? Yeah, and beak dogs and trolls. And if you're wondering why the game runs so slow, it's because there was about 450 of them. We've killed about 100 of them. But I've inflated the number of goblins that can siege and monsters that can siege just for fun. With the complete knowledge and understanding that the game's going to run like absolute ass, but, you know, frankly, worth it, I say. So this dwarf, Ezem, is going, "You've killed my friends and those that taught me. I shall fight all of you at once," because you decided to go forward and try and get some better gear, probably. So now he's backing up real quick. Hopefully somebody else comes to help pretty soon. So chat, what do you think? Does this dwarf live or do they die? I think this dwarf dies because they're fighting like 8 goblins. But okay, they're in a martial trance. Maybe they have a chance. They are a sword master. They do have an adamantine short sword. You got a goblin on top of you there, dude. Oh, no. Okay. Came up from underneath him. Okay, he's standing on top of a goblin right now, stabbing him probably. Oh, bits flew everywhere. Probably stamped on his face. He's got a second goblin on the ground, dodging bolts in the process. Standing next to, threw a goblin against a wall. And is stabbing the first one now, just having a pretty good duel. There's 2 of them kind of on top of each other. There's one on the ground and one on top of it. Now they're both on the ground, and he's on top of them. He's lying down. Uh-oh, he's getting tired. He's collapsed. He's taken some sort of injury. Well, you fought well, dwarf. You fought well, but not well enough. Zoom. It's okay. Our KDA will be great. I've lost about 9 dwarves in this fight. Which is not bad. All right. Now's where I'm going to pull the lever. Now is where I'm going to pull the lever. Military's headed out to go smack those few goblins that are hanging out there. Those ones don't seem to, these dwarves don't seem to care all that much about the bolts being, they're just like stepping out of the way. All right, who's pulling the lever? Dress wounds, pull lever, rest, pull lever. Okay, so it's going to take them a little bit to actually pull the lever. Bullet time, quite literally, yep. This dwarf up at the front just went into a martial trance, and they're not even, like, in front of the enemy yet. Just wait until the lava starts pouring. Then it'll truly be in slow-mo. This siege has gone on for probably, like, 2 weeks in dwarf time. What are the gray squiggles? So this is a good mountain biome, but these are ashes. Because as you can see, my walls are full of lava, which is about to get dumped on the goblins' heads, right? The first time I did it, I didn't have any way of stopping it from just flowing out of the front of the wall. So it kind of caused a bit of a brush fire. Yeah. It's fine. I mean, it'll grow back eventually. It's been about 8 years, though. What? Oh, a dwarf's been missing for... Right, yeah, okay. The fight's been going on for a week. It's been a week since the first dwarves died. So it's officially been happening for a week now. The dwarves are now running to... Okay, look. So right here, First Aid is doing triage. They're it's on here is bringing these dwarves crutches, and this one is dressing wounds. We've got this dwarf right here. Stone, who is currently running to pull the lever, as well as Cutest Ghost, the manager, who's also running to pull the lever. And meanwhile, over here, the dwarves are fighting with goblins in real time and winning. So shoutouts to our dwarves who are stamping down the army. And also, lever hasn't been pulled yet. Okay. A few more about to cross. Go pull the lever stone. Teeth are flying everywhere. This is going to be a fun mess to clean up. You think they're whistling while they're drunk on the job? I mean, I think they would be in real life, too. So we're going to watch this Goblin Axeman. Because... anytime? Actually, hold up. They moved. Now let's watch this Beak Dog. Oh, nope. Okay, there they all go. So up. Oh, I'm a genius. I put a wall above that, so they're not going to fly. And then we just need this one to shut. Pull the lever, Stone. Stone's pulled the lever. Okay, so both of the gates are shut now. So our dwarves can finish the fight, as they say. I can disable the burrows. Too bad. No, it's much smarter. I'm not launching them into my fort on accident. Frame rate increases because there's nothing trying to path in my fort. And we let the burning begin. They're already burning, even though like the lever hasn't been pulled yet because they've been tripping in there. They're tripping into the lava. Because they're starting to panic. They're realizing that they're fucked. Anytime now. As pathfinding gets easier? Oh yeah, no, totally. The goblins are just burning themselves because, like, they're tripping onto the lava. The gates haven't even been opened yet. We just need a dwarf to go. I think that miner in the middle there is going to go pull the lever. Pulled the lever. And... now the trauma actually begins. Let's see how many are currently burning. Everything that's flickering red is burning. Well done, I say. Well done. This is exactly what's happening. That was a good fight. I mean, obviously we won, because we're dwarves, and they're goblins. But, like, that was a solid fight. I like a well-orchestrated battle. That allows them to think that they have a chance. I love the part when you can actually see, like, the lava flowing, and you can see, like, the bits and pieces just flowing down towards them. So not only is it, like, a wall of lava, but it's a wall of lava full of armor and shit. Looks like the goblins on the outside are scattering. They've realized that they've lost. Siege is still happening. I think that one goblin is just going to burn for all eternity in his bug, so I'm going to have to... there's two of them. I'm going to have to restart the game, but... sometimes they don't fully ignite, and they just kind of cinder for a bit. Goblin on fire, yes, at least one. Probably more than that. I'm surprised they haven't ended the siege yet. Officially. Oh, no, maybe they did burn up. Just flowing up to the front. Thanks for the 25 bucks, Raz. Cheers, dude. Massive thank you. Cheers. Clink. Jack, can I get a big round of beers? But you're already on that. That was more than 1 bit per goblin. Considering there was 500 of them. That's like 4 bits per goblin. 5 bits per goblin, even. But thank you very much, Raz. Means a lot, man. Seems to be done all the way up to the front. I kind of... You see this goblin right here? I'd be an asshole. Please don't move. please just stay there, goblin. Yeah, please just stay there. Yeah, just don't move. Whatever you do, don't move. Just keep standing right there. Just right. Do not move. Whatever you do, goblin. Do not, and I repeat, do not move. Just stay right. Come. The forest titan Fama Elifathaniti, the Ethiquacablub words has come. A gigantic quadruped composed of coral. It has a fat, bulging truck, and it emanates an aura of giving and kindness. Fucking fuck. All right. Pull the lever and squish this goddamn goblin first, please. Thanks. And splat. Okay. Now that that's done, let's pull this lever again. Where is it at? It might actually just go fight with the goblins. What's the name translated? It is, Fama Island Leap, the Saffron Wind. It's the Saffron Wind. And it emanates an aura of giving and kindness as it comes to fucking murder us. It's a gigantic quadruped composed of coral. It's a fat, bulging trunk. It's clearly a good biome critter. Yep, a titan. 'Tis a titan. An epic battle indeed. Even though my military is like in shambles, but you know. Oh, fighting with a goblin, are we? Well, it's dead. What's full troll fighting with? I'm sorry, what? Hold on. I think that there might be a troll in my fortress. Yep, there's a troll in my fortress. Okay, hold on. Yep, there's a troll in my fortress. All right, we're gonna go kill this troll. Go stab him to death, boys. Where this thingy go? All right, so we are gonna have to fight the quadruped. Santa died? What? Santa? All right, well, that we're gonna have to deal with. That we're gonna have to deal with. All the goblins are dead. Although, hold on, I'm just gonna save and reload. That'll make all of those goblins that are burning for all eternity spontaneously combust, and then we can deal with this. Turns out restarting the game makes the game go, oh, these things are actually burning, and then they go poof, and just disappear in a cloud, so. A quickie reset will fix that. There's a troll in my fortress, dear Eurist, dear Eurist. There's a troll in my fortress, I say. I don't know the rest of that fucking song, so I wouldn't be able to give you a proper full parody. I just noticed there's a hole in my bucket, dear Liza. Dear Liza, there's a hole in my bucket, I say. I do say. Then kill it, dear Ozel, dear Ozel. I mean, true, you could just kill it. I mean, that would be the easy way out, I would say. All right. Diving back in. You're not doing the rest of that shit? No, that's legitimate. It's a legitimate not doing the rest of that shit thing. All right. Now that we're back in, see these guys right here? Unpause. Perfect. All right. I love how the siege technically isn't over yet. Okay, so where is this quadruped? We don't need 19 verses. No, we don't. Living in kindness, eh, you say? I feel like that's a farce. All right, well, let's see how many of these dwarves are still in one piece. I'm gonna lock all the dwarves inside and we're gonna fight with this Titan. All right. Fitting. Looks like my manager is gonna come pull the lever. Go get it, cutest. You know, I can't wait for There's a Hole in My Bucket, Dear Liza to become the next baby shark. Because that's about the right level of annoyance for normal human beings. Oh, hey, ghosts. Great. Also, should set this lever to be pulled ASAP. All right, let's follow this thing. Always freaks me out how fast these quadrupeds move. Dwarves can't catch it, so there's no reason in even trying. What are you doing? The fucking wombat, man. Send the dwarves outside. You hope that don't happen. I mean, I would be more annoyed by that than Baby Shark, to be honest. So we're going to close this, and then I'm going to take the dwarves off of the lock again. And we'll just simply let them back in when it's safe. All right, well, some of them didn't make it back in. That's fine. Some of them are like, oi, guys. Okay. Round of beers for these brave as hell dwarves. Let's hope that they survive a great battle against the Coral Titan, Fama, Elifithathi, Ethathi, Emetha. The good Titan emanating love and kindness, made of coral, that my dwarves are all going to go fight now. So the first dwarf into the fight looks like Mr. Mac. We're going to move this one frame at a time because this is truly an epic battle. And it looks like a sword master and Spear Dwarf. Spear Dwarf did get the first hits in. Okay. Mr. Mac says, Phil and Phil, I'm not feeling sad right now. Phil and Phil is dead. I'm not feeling sad right now. Rest in peace, Phil and Phil. The militia captain stabs the Forest Titan in the right rear foot with his steel spear, chipping it. The force bends the right rear leg. That's sad. The first thing that Mr. Max says is, I miss my friend who died in the fight moments ago. That's literally the first thing that this dwarf says. Dodges an attack and stabs him. Meanwhile, okay, goblin. The swordmaster strikes the Titan in the upper body with Ugogozib, chipping it. I see a bit. What is that bit? It's right rear foot. And it's dead. Okay, well that was easy. Who actually got the kill though? The swordmaster slashes the Forest Titan in the upper body with Vodkamut, and the injured part is cloven asunder. Literally cut it in half. Okay, so who's the swordmaster with Vodkamut? Cat leather mitten, you monster. I figured it would go down pretty quick. I mean, we are armed with adamantine, so it's not even a fair fight, but is still truly a glorious battle. All right. Looks like it was this dwarf. There we go. We now have a Titan Slayer in our midst. Glorious. How about Titan Slayer? You become the new commander of our old squad, replacing the glorious Fallen Kingdom. Done. We can open the gates and let the dwarves back in. Please don't stand right in front of the gates. That'd be much appreciated. Real good way to get flattened. And before they go stand right in front of them. One. Could have gone worse. I mean, it had no special power, so. It was just a matter of cutting up a boulder, basically. All right, so. Fallen Kingdoms, you. Right down to Moses. Not too many. Oh, there's more than one ghost. I've seen them spawning. I mean, there's this one. But the one over here, this one's the one that was over on the other side is just a visitor. Or the one on the right side is a visitor. They're an intelligent undead. They're turquoisey blue, or as you said, green. That's intelligent undead, so that's not one of mine. Overall, that could have gone significantly worse, I would say. Significantly worse. And you know what? I'm going to start doing my favorite style of coffins. By that, I mean just putting them... Well, actually, no, that... By that I mean just putting them in old mine shafts. And also I got to pull this lever. So this stops infinitely filling. This might actually burn some stuff. Interesting. But yeah, I would say that all of that could have gone a lot worse. It went weirdly well. Oddly well, even. The most impressive thing to me is that nobody went to prison during that. And the reason I say that that's impressive is because I was expecting the king to make some sort of mandate during it and me to totally miss it and then have somebody go to prison and then afterwards be like, why are you in prison? Oh, I missed a mandate. But I didn't miss the mandates, so I didn't miss any mandates, so we are good. I'll say Dragon Man. How's things? Where'd my phalite go? I know that I have phalite, but where'd the blocks go? Can't be out. No way in hell I could possibly be out. No, they're there. I just didn't see them. All right. We done diddly done it. We done diddly did it. Absolutely fantasticals. Also, I'm just gonna go make my life easier on me. We're gonna go body parts. Expand. Now, we're gonna be here for a little bit, but I swear to God, it's gonna make my life a lot easier, so. Even though a lot of these are actually like Crundle and troll bits. Yeah, good luck for that all in. Gotta start somewhere, though. Hungry head. Okay, a lot of this stuff is, like, completely irrelevant. Okay. Actually, no, those are friendlies. Okay, that's where I need to be. This is why it takes so long to haul all of this stuff, is because they have to haul teeth individually. And in fights like this, all of the teeth end up being the individual thing that's removed. Thing about in general Discord, I don't think it goes there, but I can't be wrong. What? I mean, that's general. It's fine. Doesn't really matter. General's just supposed to be, like, on topic about video games. That's all it really supposed to be. I would put it in off topic, but... But my Discord ends up with, like, weirdly deep conversations sometimes, so nothing's really relevant to my Discord, frankly. And only Groucho is the only one that won. Wow. That's funny. Imagine being the person told to go haul Snow Snap's rotten neck. Also, I know I missed one back there, and that's fine. Really should just set these to automatically dump. Yeah, that's been me all day, Raz. I've been weirdly tired today. It's like I realize I've streamed 14 hours 3 days in a row, but like, or just under 14 hours 3 days. That's fair. It doesn't matter all that much, Mega Man. I wouldn't have said anything if I hadn't mentioned it, so feel free to just post things where you think they belong, and that's usually where it belongs. Unless you, for some reason, think porn belongs in my Discord, in which case then please don't post it, because that doesn't belong in my Discord. Now everybody's just going to go here and dump all of this. Although it's mostly like arms and body parts and teeth. Get the bodies out after that. Let's also, might as well set those two. Corpses, which are a little further down the list. Where are those corpses? We're going to expand this and say, don't dump any of those. Skimming for my dwarves' corpses. There's one. There's another one. I think that's all of them. I mean, I know I'm missing some of them and they can get chucked into lava. That's fine. Ours. We can just not all of them need fancy coffins. Some of them do. Some of them deserve that. I have no fucking idea. I think it's like it just pulls a random number for each invest. It's literally just a coin flip. New sock pop game. Neat. But yeah, I have no idea. You tell me. I didn't make the bot, so I don't know. The bot is called Firebot. Go look it up. You go download it, and you tell me. This is all draining out the back. Hopefully it actually drains before the next siege this time. Because that got a little messy. And all the bodies get thrown right into here. Some dwarf just threw a crutch in there. I'm sure I marked it, but whoops. This is war times. Hopefully we have plenty of beer, which we do. Slaughter the 2 beak dogs. So all of the dwarves with the word dump item on them are all helping with this. I'm going to jump up here. I'm going to remove all my dwarves from training so that they can go help. Except this one who's apparently going to go fish. Can you guys go help, please? We need assistance, not fishing. There you go. See, this Adil's got the right idea. Was a glorious battle regardless, though. And start placing the memorials. Gonna take a while. So, Chad, how do you normally dispose of bodies in your games? I feel like I should finish that entire sentence. Otherwise, how do you normally dispose of bodies might be a bad thing to just kind of ask the internet. Because I normally just throw them into lava. It's quick and convenient. Doesn't generally cause problems. Yeah, it's possible to put bodies in minecarts, but I don't really like dealing with the minecart UI in the current game. Genuinely. Like, I just kind of don't bother because it's just too annoying to deal with. That's something that I've done once or twice, and I've done it enough to know how it works, and I've done it enough to know that I just don't care. Especially because of the way stress has been changed. That's the sort of thing I used to do. It's crack-a-lackin'. Bodies are crackling in the lava that I'm throwing them into. But yeah, that's something that I'll do a lot more once Premium's out, because it's like... minecarts are just so fucking tedious to set up. Granted, I used to say that about, what's it called? I used to say that, what's it called? Pump stacks are too tedious, and here I am with like a 40Z level pump stack. Hey, and somebody's stealing an artifact, motherfucker. No idea who took it, though. Do I have any zombies in the fort currently? During that fight, somebody stole an artifact. Would you look at that? What a fucking guy. Are you stealing my artifact? Nope. You obliterate them with atom smashers? I'm technically not actually pumping. I could speed this up a lot by just throwing them into here. But instead of doing that, what I'm actually doing is throwing them into the magma sea. Also, what the hell is burning? Why is there steam? Oh, it's raining, I think. It's kind of funny. Interesting. So you know you were asking about Steam earlier? That's Steam. It's definitely not Epic. But yeah, any type of item can be assigned to minecarts. So you could put refuse, you could put bits and pieces of bodies, you could put almost anything in them. There's nothing to catch here, Dwarf. Quit fishing. Waste of everybody's time. Although pretty soon we need to go after that Necromancer Tower, because I'm quite certain that's where the majority of the thefts are coming from. Yeah, this is what I pumped lava into. Which means I probably should, like, redirect my corpse dumping procedures into here, because it would just be so much faster, but I just haven't done it yet. You really do kind of see how ridiculously resilient dwarves are in this version of the game now. Because, like, in previous versions of the game, this entire fortress would just be falling into chaos right now, having to haul, like, I don't know, hundreds of corpses, but they just don't even care. Totally fine. Like, I've got, like, one depressed dwarf in this fort who was depressed before this fight started. All these dwarves are just going to get used to tragedy and not mind seeing bodies anymore, and it'll be totally fine. I did obliterate one goblin in that fight, though, with a drawbridge. Happened to sit next to the drawbridge for too long, so I pulled a lever and just went splat. Got rid of them nice and quick. Yeah, all the lava's doing this. Be a weird thing to witness from the outside. Seeing corpses and skulls and body parts just falling into lava. Some bits of armor, too. Mandated construction of certain goods. You want 3 more maces? Silver mace. On it, boss. If you can't figure that out, you're not smart enough to figure out the, it's under minigames. But if you can't figure it out, then, well, you'll never figure out the odds. There's very few minigames and only one of them plays that way. Ooh, another, super limited tape being put out by a record label I like. I have to give this a listen tomorrow. Grab a copy. This record label I like relatively frequently puts out these super limited runs of these weird cassette tapes. That one. Does a military dwarf that's stationed go and get food and water? So military dwarves by default carry a morsel of food on them and a drink. But if they don't have a morsel of food and they get hungry, they will abandon station to acquire more beverage. Yes. Bodies are almost done being removed, and then we can unforbid all of this armor stuff. Although, I'm going to set everything to be melted. I'm also going to set all of this to be melted. It's nice that the adamantine stuff is magma safe, so that sword that was lost by that one dwarf back here, this adamantine short sword, can be used by somebody else. Dakost got 31 kills with it, and then Yushat got another 12 with it. And it's been used to kill one notable unit. So hopefully somebody else picks it up and takes it with them. Looks like all of the removal of items is getting close to done. Of course it's renamed. All right, let's jump back up to the surface. See if there's more slabs that need to be placed. And go down a few more Z levels, down to here. Place some more burial spots. And then get the bodies that we do have buried. I mean, ideally, that's what we would like. And that's the fight cleaned up. Not bad. Didn't take too long. This is draining relatively quickly. Let's unforbid all this and get this shit put away. On to the next step. Although I'm going to pull this lever to help this stuff clean out a little quicker. Pulling this lever is going to open this top side, which will help it drain a little faster. Doesn't matter. All this stuff's already torched anyway. Some of it's growing back, but not much of it. Okay, quit fishing. It's not something that we actually need you doing. Go do something useful like hunting. Go, so we're going to let some of this lava out. We'll just help it drain quicker. That does drain relatively fast back there, but it'll drain faster if we do it this way. I wonder where they're going to put this stuff. So clothing that is tattered or about to fall apart just gets thrown in the refuse pile. A lot of this stuff might just go straight to the refuse pile. This is all, you know, troll clothing, right? Yep, it's all going straight to the refuse pile. Cool. Man, I am out of it today. Starting to wonder if it's like the melatonin I've been taking. Because I've literally the last 2 nights, I've only taken half of a melatonin tablet. They're like, so about 5 milligrams melatonin. I've just been more and more groggy and sleepy and yawning all the time. I'm just going to sleep in tomorrow until I record a podcast and then go back to bed afterwards. That's my plan. Also, by the way, this has not much to do with anything. But tomorrow, or not tomorrow, but you know what happened yesterday? So, Embracer Group, the big video game conglomerate, has acquired the rights to Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit library of works, the books. Not the movies, the books. Right? They also acquired Sing Tricks, who, for those of you who don't know, make karaoke and microphone systems, which most people probably don't know. They acquired Limited Run Games, so the people who make, you know, what's it called? The people who make physical copies of games in a limited capacity. They acquired Tuxedo Labs, who made Teardown. And they acquired Tripwire Interactive, who make like a bajillion first-person shooters, including got an artifact being made. Craftsource shop. They acquired yeah, that's all that Limited Run Games really does. They acquired Tripwire, who, why am I blanking on the name of the game that they made? Killing Floor, that's the name of it. Killing Floor, Maneater, Chivalry, Rising Storm, that's all Tripwire. And lastly, they, and in case that wasn't enough, yesterday they also acquired Free Mode, which does production of a lot of retro gear stuff. Basically, they went on a buying spree yesterday. So congratulations. If you purchase anything from any of those groups, you're giving money to Swedish bajillionaires who somehow have unlimited money. Genuinely kind of terrifying. Like, also, like, they own Deus Ex, by the way. I honestly really hope that they turn around and are just like, hey, we remade Deus Ex 1, but, like, we did it good. I really hope they do that. That's, like, the best case scenario for all this. And Tomb Raider. Granted, not like Square Enix was doing anything good with Deus Ex and Tomb Raider, so. Games quality-wise, that can't be bad. Still weird, though. Still weird. I'm not sure how I feel about everybody buying everything. A lot of people made a lot of money during the pandemic, and it's becoming very obvious. Oh my god, are you back? So, you know how I get into, like, weird details about Dwarf Fortress, right? There's this were creature named Cyril Bit. I've nicknamed them Bit. Cyril constantly terrorizes this fortress in a legitimate terrorizing capacity because they spawn at the edge of the map as a werepossum, kill some random friendly unit at the edge of the map, and get off of the map before I even notice the combat log. And because they never actually make it onto the map and de-stealth before I notice them, they're legitimately like a night terror. Like, they're this freaky creature at the edge of the map that spawns, runs in, and vanishes before they even have the chance to pop up like this. It's kind of awesome. As in, they created it out of thin air. Yeah, they take out loans, right? Anyway, the Forgotten Beast, Ananiu, Nabath the Rick whatever, has come. An enormous eyeless lizard, twisted into humanoid form. It squirms and fidgets, and its fern green scales are small and set far apart. Beware its poisonous vapors. No. It's not dead. The werepossum is not dead. The werepossum showed up and killed a poet at the edge of the map and fucked off. So it's not dead. It's very much still alive. It left the map. It became a human and left the map. Or, sorry, it became a dwarf again and left the map. but it's one of my previous dwarves. It's a dwarf from one of my old forts. It's not dead. It's alive. But it stealths in on the edge of the map, kills some random friendly unit that's not part of my fortress, and leaves off the edge of the map. Okay, it's a joke. Fine. But it's not dead. Anyway, we literally have like a local cryptid. To the point where I just kind of want to make some statues of it. Make 5 statues of this werepossum. This one. Cyril Ink Scraped. It's not a yak cow game. Don't be silly. Another forgotten beast. Sod has come. An enormous serpent with lidless eyes. It has large mandibles and it squims and fidgets. It's a weed eater outside. Its mahogany scales are large and set far apart. Beware its noxious vapors. Maybe it'll fight with that lizard we just saw. All right. I can't order his arrest. He's off the map. He always leaves a map. Because he shows up stealth, kills somebody while stealth, and then leaves the map. Because unless one of my dwarves see it, they don't de-stealth, right? So I see the combat log. But notice how there's no werepossum on this combat log, right? I see this combat log, shows up, kills, rips apart this poet that was at the edge of the map, and then stays stealth and leaves the map. We literally are getting hunted by a predator. It's kind of awesome. I kind of don't want it to die. I kind of like it. Troopin, thank you very much for the 6th month. Chat, can I get a big round of beers for Troopin keeping that sub alive for his 6th month? It's good to have you around. Thanks for helping keep this channel funded. 1 sub at a time. All right, how deep is this lava? How deep is your lava? All right, well, now that that's done, we're gonna open that up because it's shallow enough. Skyrim stealth. Oh, literally, like it shows up stealth, kills a thing, stays stealth. Speaking of Predator, Predator's still a good movie. Watched that last week. I know I mentioned that a bunch recently, but you should go watch Predator if you haven't seen Predator in a while. That movie ages really well. All right, pull the lever. And Fath has begun a mysterious construction. What'd you grab? Wombat left paw bone, sheepswool cloth, brilliant cut pink tourmalines, sheepswool cloth, featherwood logs, beak dog leather, peachwood logs, and 2 pieces of coal. I haven't seen the new one yet, although someone claims that they can get me a copy of it to see. Alien vs. Predator. Alien vs. Predator is a really bad movie. And Aliens vs. Predator 2 is an even worse movie. But Aliens vs. Predator, the video game is pretty good. Also, I apparently missed this, but I own this game. Apparently people like this Aliens vs. Predator game. I bought it on sale for like $2 and apparently played it for an hour and a half. I have zero recollection of this, but apparently people like it. Apparently it's good. Maybe I need to go back and try this game. Like apparently the multiplayer is good, rather. Which is weird to me. Oh, I mean, trust me. Aliens vs. Predator is a good, bad movie. Like, it's a so bad it's good movie, but it's not a movie that I want to watch. The really old one. Yeah, no, the really old one's great. A friend of mine used to have it on LAN. I never owned it, but we would play it on LAN on their 3 PCs, so it was one of us. It was 2 of us versus my friend. Or we'd play against bots, if I remember correctly, and it was good. It was a good time. But apparently people like the one from 2010, which is weird. I'm one of those people who gets weirdly excited about every single Aliens game. Like, I even liked Alien Fireteam Elite. Like, me, Picture Point, who's in my chat, and my Mon Stud Hobo played a bunch of that. We need to play some more of that at some point. But maybe not necessarily on stream. We should play some, like, on a Saturday or something. But that game was fun. And there's, like, another Aliens game that I'm actually weirdly excited about right now, which is Aliens Dark Descent, which is a real-time tactics game. I'm in. I'm gonna stream the shit out of this when it comes out. Yeah, no, and that's what that one from 2010 is too, supposedly. That one from 2010 though is weird because it's like it has a Alien campaign, a Predator campaign, and a Marine campaign. And I remember playing bits of it and thinking it was all right. Vaguely remember it. Fath, the stoneworker, has created Ectoplasm McGigadin Kurikakost. That's not how you say it. Ectolegigin Kurikost. A lignite figurine of geese. Does it also chat? If this also includes a sword, I'm going to die laughing. And claims it as a family heirloom. Okay, it's worth 30,000 Zethal. It's called Passifly, the Thorn of Fawns. This is a lignite figurine of geese. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is a masterfully designed image of 2 geese in lignite by Fath. It is encrusted with cushioned lignite cabochons and decorated with sheep's wool, and encircled with bands of feather wood. This object is adorned with hanging rings of lignite and menaces with spikes of peach wood, beak dog leather, and pink tourmaline, and sheep's wool. On the item is an image of Elamino, the dwarf, and dwarves in wombat bone. The dwarf Elamino is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the ascension of the dwarf Elamino to the position of Baroness of the Plank of Nations in the late spring of 213. You prefer the single player? Oh, you mean the campaign? I don't think I ever played the campaign of those old AVP games because I am, like, as I said, I only played them at a friend's house. I don't believe I ever played it. So you can't make a turn-based real-time game? I'm going to be pedantic again. You can't make a turn-based RTS. That's an oxymoron. You can't make a turn-based real-time game. It's a turn-based strategy game. Even if there's real-time elements, you can't make a turn-based real-time game. It's like that one guy that I used to make fun of who titled his stream, Mech Warrior RTS, while streaming Battletech. It's like, that's not a thing, because that was a hex-based strategy game. You can't make a turn-based RTS. Literally impossible. You take your turns in real time. Shut up, you twat nugget. Blah. Can I just say that it's amazing that the text-to-speech translated twat nugget to Jen. Oh god. the captions. To Jen. Just Jen. Like that. Also, Autumn has come. If you take your turns in real time, then that's just a what's the word? Jen's a twat nugget, apparently. Asynchronous turn-based game. Like like when you all make your moves and then you press go and then all of the turns take their turn at the same time. That's an asynchronous turn-based game. Yes, it is just classified. Unless you want to be more specific, which you can be. God, I'm dying. think I need to go take a nap. Another meeting? Yeah, tell them about Twat Nugget being translated to Jen. Now it's... Okay. Give up. Can't look at... Street Fighter is also a turn-based game and involved strategy. Sure. I'm sure there will be swearing. You swear in your meetings? You have cooler meetings than I do. Involved Stratocaster? Yeah. I think, you know, we've had what? A Titan, two massive, a not so big siege, a massive siege. We've lost a bunch of dwarves. I'm hungry. Chat, I'm gonna take 5. We're gonna pause game, and I'm gonna take 5. I'm gonna go do lunch break. That would be a synchronous turn-based system since they're... You know, you're probably right. I don't know. My brain's mashed potatoes. So if you're peacing out, that's fine, but I will be back in 5. I'm going to pause the music in the background and give you guys some music to listen to. If you want to see more stuff I do, you can go to the YouTube channel. If you want to support this channel directly, there's a link to the Patreon. And if you want to hear my voice in other places, there's my podcast. I will be back in just a couple of minutes. I'm going to go eat a sandwich. But I'll give you guys something to listen to. X-Duck? Okay. Enjoy the tunes if you